1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're good. Okay, thanks. Hi. Great. Thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato is not in the chamber. Councillor Bly. Councillor Kirby-Young, not in the chamber. There is quorum.
Thank you very much. We acknowledge that we're on the traditional unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We look forward to having them care for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. So in order to avoid procedural uncertainties which arose at previous public hearings due to a loss of quorum while in the committee of the whole, the city clerk has advised that while council is required under section 18.13 of the procedure bylaw to move a motion to go into the committee of the whole at a public hearing, it is not required to sit as a committee of the whole during the hearing. Therefore, it is her advice that the motion go into the committee of the whole be put to a vote and failed by the council. Would somebody like to move a motion to go into committee of the whole with the idea that it might fail? Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young, seconded by Councillor DiGenova. All in favor? Oh. All opposed? Hooray! It fails. Nice work, Council. Okay, so that has failed with all opposed. Before we begin, I have some announcements. Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered, and I will help steer people in that direction as if you start to meander off. Speakers also should state whether they are in support or opposed to the project being considered. Speakers may only speak once. Any additional comments can be submitted in writing to publichearing@vancouver.ca, publichearing@vancouver.ca. Those speaking on behalf of 3 or more persons or 3 or more organizations have up to 8 minutes to speak. The persons or representative of the organization must also be present, however, and must not be speakers themselves. Finally, if council does not conclude hearing from all speakers this evening, we'll recess and reconvene the meeting on Tuesday, May 21st, here in council chambers at 6 p.m. So we're going to start with the first item on the agenda, the Heritage Designation and Heritage Revitalization Agreement on 959 East 35th Avenue, and the clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received. Please go ahead.
This is an application by Birmingham and Wood Architects to add the existing building at 959 East 35th Avenue, Bramble Store and Apartment, to the Vancouver Heritage Register in the B evaluation category, designate the exterior of the existing building as protected heritage property, and to enter into a heritage revitalization agreement to secure the rehabilitation and long-term preservation of the heritage building. Council has received no correspondence on this application since it was referred to public hearing.
Great, thank you very much. So since there have been no correspondence at all on this, I think council will be happy if you feel comfortable to waive the staff presentation and just open it up for questions. Thank you very much. There we go. Got your mic on. Great. So thank you for that. And so is the applicant team here? Great. And would you like to speak to this application or just answer questions? Thank you very much. Okay. Any questions from staff to council or the applicant? And I'll entertain you if you put yourself on the list. I don't see anybody on the list yet. Okay, with nobody on the list and nobody from the public to speak, I'm going to go to script A. So I am going to call 3 times for speakers. Are there any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council? Going once. Going twice. That's 3 times then. Seeing there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of the public comments and move on to hearing closing comments and asking further questions of staff and making a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Nope. Okay, thank you. Does the staff have any closing comments?
No closing comments.
Okay, thank you. Okay, does I have Councillor Dejanova on the list? You'd like to ask a question to staff? Okay, you're the only one on the list, so please go ahead and do that.
I'm just prepared to move the motion and understand from the report that this is a heritage designation, and knowing that we're also, when we sit in public hearing, we also consider heritage, and something that's brought up here. Heritage can often be something that not only, as we're reminded here, look towards different forms of affordability, but it's also important to encourage people to move forward with those designations, including applicants. So I'd like to thank staff for the report, and happy to move the motion and support it.
I do have Councillor Wiebe on the list now, though, so I'm just going to move you ahead there, Councillor Wiebe. Please go ahead if you have questions.
No, I was just going to comment that I really thought that staff did a good job presenting a way to showcase the commercial viability of the unit on the front side of it, and I think it's great to see that we keep these small commercial properties in zoning like this in neighborhoods. So I thought it was really well done in the report, and it's really clear. So I will be voting in support.
Would you care to second the motion, Councillor Wiebe? Thank you very much. So that's seconded. Anybody else want to speak to this? Seeing none, we can call for the vote. Just waiting for a couple more. Councillor Dominato is absent. Just waiting for the clerk to... Can you put into Councillor Dominato's? Yeah, great, thanks. Okay, great. And that has passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. Right, so... We're good. Okay, on to the next item, heritage designation on Carolina Street. Clerk, could you go ahead and read the application?
This is an application by Formosus Architecture to add the existing building at 2525 Carolina Street, the Carolina, to the Vancouver Heritage Register in the B evaluation category, and to designate the exterior of the existing building as protected heritage property. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 8 pieces of correspondence in support of the application, 9 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application, and this represents all correspondence received approximately to 4:30 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. And Mr. McLean is here. And since we do have speakers, perhaps we could go forward with your presentation on this. Are you prepared to do that?
Yes, I am.
Great, okay. Thanks very much. So we'll let
Hugh
it
McLean, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The site at 2525 Carolina consists of a corner store and apartment building constructed in 1926 at East Broadway and Carolina Street, known as the Carolina. It's proposed to be added to the Vancouver Heritage Register as a B listing. The site also consists of a pioneer house at 574 East Broadway, built in 1895, known as the Conacher Residence, which is already on the Heritage Register as a B listing. The proposal in front of you this evening is to approve heritage designation for 2525 Carolina. The process has involved public notification and engagement through the development permit process and has received endorsement from both the Vancouver Heritage Commission and the Urban Design Panel. A number of responses were received as part of the public notification, which have been reviewed by staff and balanced in the context of the overall objective to achieve heritage protection. These responses are outlined in your report. The form of development is in keeping with the provisions of the zoning and within the discretion of the Director of Planning, subject to Council's approval of the heritage designation. The proposal is to rehabilitate the store and apartment, retaining the residential use on the top floor and the small-scale commercial function on the main floor. A new 6-story strata residential building will be developed to the rear and along East Broadway. In exchange for the heritage protection of the exterior of the Carolina, the Director of Planning is prepared to approve overall floor area at 10% over permitted, an FSR of 3.3. The Conacher residence is proposed to be relocated to the rear of the Carolina, but it will not be protected as part of this proposal. To summarize, this report seeks council approval for the heritage designation of the Carolina at 2525 Carolina Street. I can answer any questions the council may have.
Great, thank you very much. We'll move to the applicant team. Is the applicant team here? Great. Would you like to speak to this or just answer questions? Thank you very much. Any questions from council to staff for the applicant? And then, of course, there are some public speakers as well afterwards. So, if Councillor Wiebe, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. There's a few commercial businesses currently on the bottom floor, and I know that Port Living has a few properties in the vicinity. Are they looking to maybe relocate some of those neighborhood businesses or stores into some of the other properties in the nearby area?
That would be a question for Port Living to address the specifics of.
Okay. Thanks.
Hi. We're working with all of the commercial tenants to relocate if that's what they desire, or give them enough notice if they need to move or what have you. So we've been in touch with all of them a good year in advance and let them know the plans and work with them on what relocation could be for them or what they want to do with their business. So yes.
Sorry, could you just state your name and...
Brad Berry,
Great, thanks very much.
Port Living. Thanks.
Okay. Is that it, Councillor Wiebe? Is that... Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
You have another question for the proponent?
Yep.
Have you offered to let the bottle depot relocate once the new building is done at a similar rent?
Have we offered them to relocate
To relocate back into the new building?
into the new building?
it's
No,
done.
we haven't. We've communicated to them of the plans for the building, which would not include a bottle depot in that building.
Have you considered including the bottle depot in the building?
We've considered it, yeah, and it doesn't work within the form of the development.
Doesn't work within the form?
Correct.
What does that mean?
Well, there's commercial space on the side and on the front, and we can go back and revisit that with them, but I don't think of all the communication we've had that they've been even inquiring about that. So yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova, you're next on the list, so...
Okay. It was actually a point of information,
Okay.
but now a question to staff is, I understand that we do have a robust and maybe even coming back to us recommendations for a more robust tenant relocation in looking at residential tenants. But could you perhaps elaborate on if that extends to commercial tenants as well, or if the terms of those leases are completely separate to our other policies at the City of Vancouver? And I ask that because there have been some questions about it tonight, and I just think that especially for those people who are watching at home, people here, it's important to differentiate between our residential tenant relocation program and policies, and as well as commercial, or what we do for commercial. If you could comment on that, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Susan Chang, development planner. So I do have a response to the earlier question from Arts, Culture, and Community Services. Staff are, through a rezoning application, staff can review potential displacement of social, cultural programs and services through redevelopment but this is not extended, this practice is not extended to development permits at this time, noting that this is a commercial use, that we don't have a policy for commercial use replacement through a development permit process.
Thank you very much. I just wanted that confirmed because there were some questions down that line. Thank you.
Is that it to Councillor DeGenova?
That's all.
Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I guess first for staff. With regard to the Conacher residence, it's no longer going to be on the Heritage Registry at all, is that my understanding? Or it'll be B, but not quite?
It will remain on the Heritage Register. It's a B listing now, and it will stay as such. The proposal to not designate was because of the code implications for its relocation. That once it's relocated, there will be a number of changes to, there'll be replication of material, but retention will be lower. So it was felt that through the conservation process, it was best to just leave it on the register and not protect it.
So just for clarification, B is more sort of the facade approach to heritage.
Well, it's not necessarily a facade approach. It can be the, typically the register, backing up a bit, the register does apply to the exterior and not the interior. So, but when we look at a project from a conservation point of view, we do try to look at all sides, certainly the back not being quite as important, but the three other sides being very important. So it's not so much the classification of it being a B listing, but simply what the implications are of it being relocated to the rear of the property.
Okay, and when the articulation of the value of the heritage conservation, is that just, is there any, the $954,352 in heritage value of restoration, does that have any significance to our decision? Does that mean anything to us?
It's simply to give, to gauge the degree of investment that's going into this project, as opposed to looking at it from if the buildings weren't retained and the site were just to be developed as new, what the city would be achieving through development cost charges. In this case, we look at the effort and the investments going into the heritage conservation piece as well, and that being a public benefit, ultimately ending in protection, legal heritage protection.
Which is a perfect segue into the public benefit question I have. A few of us had toured previously Return It Express, which is a new model of bottle depot that's being piloted by the Return It folks, and they're kind of micro depots, and they're very clean, very modern, tucked right in there, very accessible, and serve the similar function without the kind of footprint of the existing bottle depot. Has there been any exploration of that as a significant public benefit for that circular economy folks who live in that area and do actually frequent the bottle depot?
There hasn't been any exploring of that to my knowledge.
Okay. Perhaps that's a question for the proponent, if I may.
Go ahead.
We have not explored that at all either. So that's the first I've heard of the Return It Express. So
they have one on Richard Street. It's actually quite remarkable. We toured it, and it's tiny. It's just a tiny storefront, and the operation is very clean, and it's all just put things in a window and disappears into the back.
We would certainly look at that. Obviously, there's commercial space, and our attraction to that neighborhood, we're very active in that neighborhood. Our attraction to that neighborhood is because of the commercial business, the walkability, so we would welcome that sort of opportunity in the commercial space, for sure.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Okay, so that's it for this round of questions to the staff and proponent. Now we'll move to hear from the public. I've got on the list Andrew Lee. Mr. Lee, thanks for coming tonight, and you've got up to 5 minutes, and there may be questions from councillors afterwards. And just a reminder that you can be asked questions, but you don't always have to answer, just whatever you feel comfortable with.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Andrew Lee, and I'm the owner of operator of Mount Pleasant Return It. Some of you may recognize me. A few months ago, I came here to speak on behalf to save our depot on 2525 Carolina Street. I'm here to address the concerns of community around the Mount Pleasant Bottle Depot and people that are affected by the proposed bylaw. First of all, I understand that the development of 2525 is unavoidable, and that I'm not saying that all development is bad. It is necessary and it needs to happen in greater goods for the city. However, I believe the proposed bylaw is not considering the existing community that has been part of the community for over the years. And I believe that the contingency plan is needed for our return at depot. There are three main points that are affected by the proposed bylaw. One, our clients, our customers. There are numerous of individuals that depend on our bottle depot, and these are not just for the homeless, but income for low-income family, single mothers, people with disability, seniors who need to exercise regularly, and also some of them who rely income on besides pension. For instance, a few months ago, I have a regular customer that came in just before closing time, gave me a call saying, "Hey, Andrew, could you mind staying for a few more minutes for me?" And I asked, "Sure, why not?" And I stayed for an extra 5-10 minutes and asked him what's going on. He told me that after he paid his rent, he couldn't afford his dinner tonight. I was happy to help him out until an extra half an hour, and then he was happy and he thanked me once again and returned home. Two, our staff and our workers. Our depot provides jobs to many different people and attracts different talents. Some of our staff are on disability. Some of them are a single mother. And there are some staff that has gone through a wrong path in the past and try to improve their future. By providing the opportunity and improve their life, I believe that I was doing the right deed and I created a happy work environment for them. Three, environmental consequences. If we were to shut down our depot by end of August, which was, I got a verbal notice from Port Living, I believe that 7 million units of empty containers will be with the ending of the landfill each year. I believe that this is going opposite direction of Green City Action Plan. Not only that, but the consequence of losing our bottle depot will attract more crime rates because people may not have income source to rely on, which may end up in the wrong direction. It has been a very difficult process to find a new home for Mount Pleasant Returning. Due to the limited supply of industrial space within Mount Pleasant, and I have to go through many potential sites that have been rejected by a landlord because of the uncertainty of and difficult long waits of the permit processes. Thus, we need a contingency plan for our local bottle depot and save our community. I'm asking the member of council and mayor of the relaxation of the requirement of the permit and change of the process for relocation of bottle depot if we have to move, because this has been an ongoing process and I have occurred numerous of failure of landlord not willing to wait for extra months to go through the permit process. Please consider my comments, and I hope my comments can be considered for your wise decision making and to make the city a better place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have some questions, so if you could just stay there. Great. Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks for coming, Andrew. If the owner would allow you to set up shop in the new building, would you be willing to do that?
I'll be more than happy to. I have actually been asking the property manager who was taking care of it, but it didn't seem like.
Have you been offered any type of compensation or anything for having to move?
No, they were just asking me and saying time is ticking, that I got to find a location. However, I've been last over a year. I've been struggling, not being able to sleep, trying to find any industrial space that might be available. So I was actually leaning towards retail space. Retail space do require change of use, which costs significant amount of money from architects' proposal, and they told me I have to plan to invest $200 to $300 for new sprinklers, all the new necessities. Basically, they said it's better off to buy a new building on your own, which this is impossible for a small business owner like me.
So, do you know where the nearest bottle depot is? If you guys aren't there,
nearest depot will be on Main Street and 7th, which they're also at the same situation. I know the owner myself. He is also on month-to-month cases, and he's frightened. So we both contact each other to see if we have any space that might be able to relocate, but there has been nothing for both of us.
Can you talk a little bit more about the people that use the depot that collect bottles for you?
Yes, of course. There are numerous of some of actually people that will be speaking on public hearing today. There are some of my customers and staff that are willing to add a comment and share their experience of how we've been operating our depot since I took over 4.5 years ago. And I did put significant amount of improvements compared to the previous owner and improved the whole depot by reinvesting to the structure and to improve all the for better condition for our clients.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And just a reminder that you were in public hearing, so you don't need to stand when you're asking questions or speaking, just in case. So Councillor Fry, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Lee. Nice to see you again. I'm wondering if you're familiar with the Return It Express model.
Yes, I do. The concern for the Express Return It model is that, to be honest with you, sir, that model in our head office is run by a head office, and I am looking at that as my last resource until I can find the proper location to find the proper industrial area where I can open a proper bottle, because Express Return Depot, it's a convenient way of recycling for most of us individuals, but they do not handle any cash. So what that means is the people who have a low-income source of family who rely on cash and who needs money directly right away, they cannot afford their food because they have to register through online, and all that deposit comes back by mail, by check, which some of them not have access, or by email transfer. But most of the low-income families do not have that and rely on just a straight old-fashioned bottle depot way.
I can appreciate that cash flow issue. Now is that so? Are you saying that Return It Express or Express Return It is strictly a head office operation? It's not available as a kind of franchise.
It is available for us. However, the fact that the head office is actually on a loss for that model, and that it's actually it's still in a negative balance for them, and that they still do not recommend us to open it because there's not enough cash flow to operate it, and it would be at a loss. Even that's still at the same model right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I know this is difficult, and I really appreciate you being here. I didn't fully hear kind of what you were asking of council, so I just wondered if you could just repeat for me, because I just want to make sure I'm clear on what you would like to see happen.
First of all, I know that the development is inevitable, and if that has to be happen, we have to close down. All I'm asking is if they can, since our territory and our Mountain Pleasant area, we're very short of industrial space. For the last over 2 years, 3 years, I've been really looking at all the industrial space available. There's nothing there because all that has been developed. And so I have been relying on the retail spaces, which might be potential with the loading dock, which works in other cities, like City of Surrey, City of Burnaby. They are able to operate a bottle depot even in retail use. However, in Vancouver, we still have to go through we have to do a change of use, which makes us to make that requirement of to fit from retail use to industrial, which, for instance, I have to change all the sprinklers, I have to come up with new water cooling system. All those cost massive amount of capital, which I could not afford to get into as a small business owner. And that's why I'm asking the city councilor and mayor to relax those requirements. And because our operation is basically, we have a sorting table for customer, which is about 30% of our capacity, and 70% is just pure storage. So there's nothing else that we really use any for production or anything. It's just mainly just for storage area, which is 70% of our whole store, and 30% just for the tables for customers to sort the bottles. So I'm just asking if it would be possible, if you guys may be able to relax the usage where I may have the opportunity to move in within the retail space.
Thank you. I think you highlighted a really important issue, and I'm sorry you've had that personal experience, but I really appreciate the extra information. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. How many employees do you have?
Right now, I have five employees.
Those are full-time. Do you have
Part-time
part-time
and
as
some
well?
part-times and full-time, yeah.
Some are full-time and
Some of them are part-time and some of them are full-time, yeah. Majority of them are part-time because of our small scale of our business.
Okay. And have you analyzed your square footage needs? You said 70% of what you're doing is storage, for example.
For our minimum square feet I need is roughly around, minimum is 2,500 to 3,000. To maximum is probably 5,000. 3,000 to 5,000 would be the best.
That's a fair bit, and you also need loading bay access.
Yes, for the.
I strongly suspect that's not part of the configuration that's considered in this development. But I would put that back to the proponent to explore. But thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much. And that's it for questions for you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you so much for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks. Sarah Lindsay next, please. Thanks for coming in. Up to 5 minutes, and you may have questions from councillors.
Thank you. Greetings. I am the current resident of Connature House. I am actually in support of preserving heritage structures. What I'm opposed to is giving subsidies to developers to evict long-term marginalized people from their rental homes so we can have yet another unaffordable condo development. The people being evicted from their homes for this redevelopment cannot afford current rental rates, and many will be homeless as a result. I know this because I am one of them. We are pensioners, persons with disabilities, and welfare recipients. Where are we to go? The streets. That is what I'm preparing for. The Tennessee relocation program is failing us. To make matters worse, this development will demolish the Return It Recycling Center, one of the oldest recycling centers in Canada, believe it or not, a space that has provided a great number of low-income residents with the extra means to survive in this difficult economy. As Green Vancouver, you would think it would be worthwhile to keep it. But no, it attracts poor people. Yuck. New condo owners certainly don't want those around. We are in the midst of a class war. Have you noticed a rise in car break-ins and robberies? That is a result of desperate people that have had everything taken from them and nothing else to lose. With the loss of the Return It Depot in Mount Pleasant, there will be a rise in crime. Removing the recycling center will not only get rid of the people, it will not get rid of the people. It will only push them to find more desperate ways to make ends meet. With this housing crisis, jail is not looking so bad. It provides meals and a roof over your head. Why are we incentivizing developers to remove more affordable rental housing from the market? I am all for preserving character buildings, but the character of Mount Pleasant is more than just the buildings. It is the residents and the community. The very people that are being displaced and are now homeless, sleeping in doorways for what? More condos and coffee shops? Port Living already has 3 condo developments within 1 block. Many are still empty and unsold. I hear they're steadily buying up every available property with plans for even more condos. I feel like I am fighting the monopoly man. Vancouver is beginning to look like a dystopian nightmare with these unaffordable retail spaces sitting empty everywhere. The ones across the street from me have been empty for 2 years with people sleeping in front of them. And this happens while the former displaced residents, sleep in them. And it's heartbreaking to see. The old neighborhood residents are angry with these developments. Random acts of vandalism are everywhere now. Cars being keyed, windows smashed, petty theft. This is really just the beginning. Eventually, someone will do something that makes international headlines and be a major embarrassment to the city of Vancouver and those that sat by idly while these things got this bad. People are talking about mass suicide, opposed to being just another fentanyl casualty. That is how desperate things have become. How else will you listen to your city's residents? You care more about 400 Netflix workers that don't even live here than you do about the current tax-paying residents that do live in Vancouver and are suffering. I have lived on the streets. and understand desperation. There is nothing more terrifying than people who have nothing left to lose. I spent 15 years in my rental home, the Conacher Residence, restoring it and caring for it as if it was my own. I even redid the hardwood floors, tore up the carpet by hand. And now I'm being pushed out because the developer wants the house, not the tenant. They said recently that it might become a coffee shop. No poor people allowed. This should be our new city slogan. Thank you.
Got some questions? Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much for coming. I noted in the report that we've got in front of us that it says that a full tenant relocation plan is required. Are you a part of that plan?
Yes, I am. Most of that has just been being sent Craigslist ads for places, but as most of us are very low income, when we are only making, for example, most of us are paying under $1,000 for rent. So being sent ads for places that are $1,800 is not. It doesn't help us. It just makes us feel more desperate and upset, and it gives us more sleepless nights. For myself, I'm on PWD, Persons with Disability, so I get $1,200 a month from the government. I can also make $800 on top of that only. So looking for places and seeing, and I've been looking at 8 places a day, 8 places, spending all of my time. I run a small business, and I've had to basically shut it down and at a loss just to look at places and travel to look at places. And I'm seeing bachelor suites for $1,500 and up, which on my income, I cannot afford. And that's any money that the developer is offering us to relocate, based on the tenancy relocation plan, it will not last long before people like me are just out on the street. I'm literally looking at now I'm actually very literally looking at storage units and buying a motorhome. That's about what I can do. Because there's nothing out there with this housing crisis. And I talk to the neighbors who are pensioners, and they're crying. I can't walk home without running into a neighbor who cries, actually tears, and holds me, because they're like, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. And that's where the tenancy relocation is failing us, because all it is sending Craigslist ads, which then we're responsible to go find the place and go to the meetings. And on that note, I'll tell you my experiences with that. I have a cat, I'm low income, and I'm almost 40 years old. When I go to look at places, they will not rent to me. And not only that, but they want students. They want people that have old landlords now. And I talked to some friends who are old landlords, and they told me that I should start telling people that I was a short-term rental, not long-term renter, because the landlords currently want a high turnover rate so they can raise the rent as much as they want in between rentals. And I'm experiencing that. And that is a lack of vacancy control that's causing that. And it's just going to become more and more unaffordable. And so I'm wondering, how we survive. And I'm looking at other cities to live in, and it's the Vancouver spillout is everywhere.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks very much. To Councillor Fry, please.
Hi, Ms. Lindsay. I'd say it's nice to see you again, but it's not really nice to see in these circumstances. I'm sorry to hear what you're dealing with and the anxiety that must bring about. How long have you been in this location?
Over 15 years.
So according to the TRPP, you'll get 4 months rent. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and based on the math you've sort of generally provided, that's not a huge amount to relocate, really.
Well, not if I'm paying $985 for rent for a house, and I'm looking at places that are being sent places that are $1,500 and up. And with my, so another piece of the puzzle, the stress of this situation has actually caused me to develop a cyst on my ovary, which I might now need surgery for, and it might even be malignant. So let's hope that's not the case. So I have to move during this process. And if that's the case, I'm going to need downtime. I'm not going to be able to work. So my income is just my disability check then when that happens. So I have to plan for any place I move to, because also my illness, not even that, but I I do get bedridden for sometimes up to 8 weeks at a time. That's my disability, on top of other things. And I cannot work. So if my disability check is not covering my rent, food, basic bills, I'm homeless. And when I look at any severance, I look at how much that can help me coast during that time. And maybe a few months, maybe a year, maybe 2 years, but the end result is always the same. I'm going to be homeless. And the wait right now for subsidized housing is up to 7 years.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Broadway and Fraser. It's hard to imagine. I know the area well, and 15 years ago, it's not a place where a lot of people would have wanted to live because it was.
Well, not only that, I used to live across the street from the Bottle Depot, and in a house in the early 90s, and that Bottle Depot actually fed me and my roommates when we had nothing. We had nothing. We would dumpster dive and get food out of the dumpster from Kingsgate Mall. That's how.
I'm wondering how much you could allude to how much it's changed around that particular neighborhood, because I mean, with the BRC there and the.
Well, I mean, as someone who's lived in the neighborhood since the 90s, yes, it has. I mean, yeah, it's still. I've seen it ebb and flow. To answer your question, like it was really bad at one point, but the thing is, the residents of the neighborhood, there was a strong community, and there was a strong community of counterculture people who all looked out for one another. All those people are now gone. And then now with a lot of this gentrification, like you could say it's cleaning up, but it's not, because as I said, there's so many empty storefronts. People are just sleeping in them. There's a whole other danger. There's now angry people. Like I bought a van so I could try to look for places just for that purpose. And my van's been keyed. Like that's how bad the crime is getting. Like I've gotten damage to my vehicle, and I'm not rich. It's just anything that, like, because there was a time where you didn't see newer model vehicles anywhere in that neighborhood. Now it's all these sports cars and more and newer vehicles coming around. And yeah, people are angry. When I talk to my friends, a lot of them who got rent evicted and moved to Montreal. One tried to kill himself right before he left. I had to walk in and kick in his door and save his life. It was awful. That's what I see. These are the people who are being kicked out of the neighborhood. They're furious that this is happening, especially with the return at Depot, because I'm going to quote my friend, that building has saved so many lives and has fed us for so many years. And I mean, like my friend who's helping me in my shop right now, like who I've known for 23 years, he used to live with me in that house across the street. I think he even wrote in a piece about it because, yeah, that was how we survived, was returning bottles, and the friends we had who didn't do that, they did other things that were not so nice, and this is what I see happening again. Like, I see so many car break-ins. People I know, a couple weeks ago, 5 people I know got their cars broken into, which is, that is an epidemic at this point, and I feel like it's the more we gentrify the neighborhoods, like these people have nowhere to go. They're just going to go. They're not going to get happily pushed on and disappear, or maybe hopefully die of a fentanyl overdose. No, they're going to just get desperate and do crime.
So I just have a couple of seconds left here. What's a realistic solution then? I mean, it's Broadway and Fraser. It's still a major arterial kind of inevitable. Some kind of development's going to happen along the corridor.
And actually, we're just at the end of the 5 minutes, so we'll have to wait for that. Okay. We do have lots of other questions. And sorry, Councillor Deschanel. Have a point of order?
I know we just came out of regular council, but we have to ask questions that are very specific to the project, I understand. And I too want to ask you questions that aren't specific to the project, given your very passionate presentation to us. That being said, we're in a quasi-legal judicial setup here. It's a little bit different than city council, so I just was hoping you would caution.
Thank you for the reminder. On to Councillor Wiebe, please. The 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks for coming today. Have you had any conversations on getting additional support with the tenant relocation because you fall within the paying significantly lower than CMHC's average rent and person with disability?
Not with the tenancy relocation program itself, but I feel like any additional supplements I'm offered are gonna it's just gonna prolong the inevitable. It's like, great, I might have 2 years or 3 years before I'm homeless. Like it feels like a losing battle right now, unless the market really recorrects itself, which I really hope it does.
All right, thank you.
By the way, I love your restaurant.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming, dear. What would you like to see on the site?
I would like to see rental housing. I'd like to see the tenants that are getting pushed out invited to move back. I'd like to not see anyone homeless or scared because of this project, as any project. It's not just this one. I see there's a lot on the roster and a lot of people who are experiencing this. I talked to a woman outside. 30 years she's lived in a place and is going to be homeless. My neighbors, they've been in their apartment for 25 years. And that's in 2525, which, I mean, there's no reason why they can't actually move back because it's just a renovation. So, I'm not even speaking for myself at this point, but, we're losing a lot of low-income housing here. And it's not as big as some of the other buildings, but we're in such a dire situation that every apartment counts now, because every life counts.
These are going to be strata
Yes.
apartments.
Yes.
So you have to have a down payment.
Yes. And yes, I have asked if I could move back into my house even. I've suggested all sorts of solutions with the company of being able to come back and even, like, because they were talking about art studios and stuff. I was like, I would love to get some artist friends into these spaces. Like, I would totally help with and work with you, but I'm being told, no, they don't want me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, and that's it for questions. Thank you for coming in this evening. Next on the list is Zach Farley. Up to 5 minutes, and you might have questions from councillors.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I don't have very much time, but I live just down the street from the Bottle Depot, and the Heritage House, and I just wanted to come to express my opposition to it for the sake of pretty much all of the points already stated, especially the community of the Bottle Depot. I've gone there many times. I live just down the street and interacted with a lot of the local people that go there. It's a great bunch of people that I interact with on a regular basis that I see around. And I think that the lack of working with the tenants in the current building is a major issue for me as well. That's something that I guess I don't know how to phrase, but would like to direct a question to Port Living is why not invite the current tenants back into the space?
So at this point, you're kind of just telling us your point of view, and we get to ask you questions.
Well, I'll leave that as a rhetorical question to all of you.
There you go.
Think about that one.
And that's somebody on council may ask that question later. And thanks for raising it, though.
Good. Yeah. Thank you. What other points did I have? Just basically that the development is really dwindling down the few remaining apartments that I've seen in Vancouver. I'm currently living. Can I raise this a little bit?
Yep. The clerks will raise up for you. There we go. There we are. That's better.
Thank you. Out of the few apartments that I've looked at recently, as I've considered moving as well, it's a dwindling few that are within my affordability, and I know I'm not even nearly as close to a lot of people who have much lower incomes. And so if I'm having trouble and I'm doing okay, then there's a ton of people that are going to be displaced by it. And specifically to the Heritage Project, all for restoring and maintaining old buildings, but not at the sake of kind of erasing the culture and history that has been around them for the past X amount of years. I think those are pretty much my main concerns. But I'm very opposed.
Okay. Thank you very much. You don't have any councillors lined up to speak or ask you questions, so that's it for this evening. Thank you very much for coming.
Thanks. Thanks for your time.
Okay. Thanks. We have Tara Tower next. Tara Tower? Okay, move on to the next speaker, Max Patterson. Great. Up to 5 minutes, and you might have questions from Councillor, and the clerks will raise the platform for you there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just wanted to come here to say that, yeah, I'm opposed to the whole project. I live just down the street, and our building is for sale right now. And right now I'm paying around $900, which is like just affordable to me. And what I see going in is luxury condos in a neighborhood that is already low income. So it just doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I get it, vacancy is a problem, but you should be addressing a vacancy with things that people can afford, spaces for people to live in that are from those places. I grew up in Mount Pleasant, and I can't afford to live there, like, hardly. Yeah, that's all I want to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Does Councillor Swanson, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. I just want to say, I think it's good what you're saying. What do you think the city should do?
That's a good question. I mean, for like when you're giving out these, I guess when you're zoning, like, looking at the tenants that live around there and like what you're putting in there, you shouldn't be putting luxury buildings or condos into low income areas. That's not doing anything for, the citizens that have grown up or live there. It's just displacing them. It's bringing people from other places, which, that's fine. I don't mind that, but it shouldn't be at this, at like the negative of like the people that live there already. Or, you should start developing further west where people are more well off, or in, higher class areas with, more money, so that they can be displaced, but not be displaced because they can actually afford to move back into those places.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, and that's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in. So that's it, I think, on the list. No, I've got Jim Hay. Jim? Same rules, up to 5 minutes.
Hi. First of all, I became a pensioner last August. And as far as why am I here, because I believe in Andrew. Yeah, there's hundreds of people that will be affected by this. We know that. But beyond that, like, I moved into the apartment building next to the Western Front on East 8th. And what I've noticed from March of 85 to now is the alienation of people, which has already been addressed by other people here in terms of, you're walking up Main Street 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, and you're seeing people sleeping in all sorts of doorways. And you see them up close, and there's this lost look on their face. And it's disturbing on a level I can't even articulate. And I'm looking at these nice models here, which, by the way, when I was sitting outside, they were being wheeled into this room. And this is one of the things that, okay, I'll say this very quickly. I worked at the Capital 6 as head doorman for the first 4 years, from 77 to 81. Then I had a dispute with one of the managers, and we parted ways. The reason why the Capital 6 movie theater is no longer still out there is because there was a backroom deal that was done. I'm not going to get into details about that, doesn't matter. But in 2005, and basically we have a couple of storefronts up there now, but there's no movie theaters in the downtown core. And, right now, I mean, you read about it in all of the papers. It's on TV all the time about the fact that police are going to have to...
Mr. Hay, could I, enjoying this, but could we steer you back to the actual issue at hand?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. My first time doing something like
You're doing great.
But anyway, as far as the hundreds of people that are affected, and also when Andrew was talking about before about the people that he employs, it's the human factor. It's how people are treated in the area around. There's a lot of anger, hostility, frustration. I'm seeing it everywhere. And I'm sorry that we've gotten to a point, quite frankly, of where we're all meeting in a situation like this. I'm not against, condos or anything else. What I'm against is the fact that you're pushing to a point of where we have a 0.05 vacancy rate right now, whether it's apartment buildings, whatever, and it's come to a point of where what's going to happen, there's no longer middle class. There's an upper middle class, and then there's the poor people, but there's nothing in between. And like for myself, I've gotten to a point of where, because I got into this apartment building early, my rent only goes up $15, $20, $25 per month. So I'm not really affected. But when I'm hearing the stories here and I'm seeing friends of mine, and one of the reasons why I'm a customer with Andrew is the fact that I have two friends who are very seriously ill, and all of the bottles and cans that I bring over to him, 90% of which goes for medical, special diet, et cetera, for these people. And it's at a point of where, if Andrew was forced to close, that's the end of my being able to help them, because there's nothing in the area for me as far as going to another depot. Yes, I've heard about the Main and 7th, but it's really not for me. Basically, it's Andrew, or I can no longer help my friends in a financial way. And I'm really sorry that I've gotten to the point of where I can't do that. I have no family. I have, only child, parents dead, no other family. So these two friends are as close to family as I've got. So I want to keep them alive as long as possible. So there's that frustration involved. But as I said, when I see the way that Main Street has changed, Broadway and Main from 85 to now, yes, there's a lot of nice small businesses there, and they're doing quite well, quite frankly. But I'm also seeing empty storefronts, as has already been detailed. And it has to come to a point of where, when does each individual matter? I'm so tired, of seeing and hearing. And when one of the previous speakers was talking before about,
I guess you're just at your 5 minutes. So if you wouldn't mind just finishing up, or is that okay?
That's
okay.
Yeah.
Thanks very much for coming in. You don't have questions from councillors, but thanks for making your point tonight. Okay, that's it for speakers on the list. So I'm going to call 3 times for anybody who would like to speak to this. Anybody like to speak to this item to council? And so that's my first call. If you'd like to speak to this item, please indicate that you'd like to do so. Second call. And third call. Okay, thanks very much. Seeing there's no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing the closing comments, asking further questions to staff, and to make a decision. So, everybody okay with that? Good. Okay, so does the applicant have any closing comments? Okay, thanks very much. Staff, any closing comments?
Yes.
Okay. Let's raise that up for you. You're battling each other, I think. There we go. Okay.
Hugh McLean, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. Very brief closing comment. Recognizing that there have been various questions and issues raised around commercial uses and other social issues in the area, I should emphasize to Council again that this report is to seek Council's approval of heritage designation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And great, so we've got a list of councillors with questions, starting with Councillor DiGenova, and up to 5 minutes for the question for the applicant or staff.
Thank you very much. And my questions are going to be to our staff. And just, I'm noting some of the notes that I made during the speakers' comments and presentations. And I just wanted to make sure that this did fit the policy and that you have been working with the applicant to make sure that they are meeting any requirements and all requirements of the tenant relocation policy, if there are any, in this case, and was hoping that you would be able to comment on that.
Andrea Gilman, Senior Planner with ACCS Affordable Housing. Thank you. So we have been working closely with the applicant, starting with a draft tenant relocation plan last fall when the application came in, proceeding with some calls with the applicant and with their team. I think they have 2 or 3 folks who are dedicated to working on the tenant relocation plan in terms of putting it together, and then working with the tenants and some follow-up meetings early in the year. We have an approved tenant relocation plan at this point. It hits all the boxes in terms of being consistent with the requirements of our current policy. They have identified some vulnerable tenants. They have committed to focusing on meeting with those vulnerable tenants to come up with an adequate solution in terms of rehousing options. What we do know is it's a commercial zone. There is no right of first refusal here, and so that's been addressed. But just to say, we're working in the context of the existing tenant relocation policy, but we will be coming back to council next month with an updated policy. So that review is underway, and we will be bringing an updated, more robust potentially policy.
A follow-up question to that, and I believe that one of the speakers noted that right now their rent is quite low, and they've been provided some options for rents at $1,800. I understand that would be within our tenant relocation policy, that's what needs to be provided. Is that correct? That either an option at a certain price range, or if that price range wasn't met, there might have to be some other subsidies for the period of time required, depending on the length of tenancy. Could you comment on that? And just, is this within the policy for that? I understand there's no ability to move back because, as you said, and that's why I tried to keep the question broad. We're talking about commercial, but at the same time, there are speakers that specifically talked about the $1,800 rent. Mm-hmm. So that would be based on their rent now, their tenancy, their length of tenancy in the building, as well as the options that have to be provided under our tenant relocation policy. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So exactly based on your length of tenancy, your compensation package would increase exponentially, whether you've been there for 2 years or 20 or 22 years, and we have a broad range in this building. Under the existing policy, there is a minimum of 3 options that have to be provided to the tenant. One has to be in the same neighborhood unless agreed to with the tenants. Typically what we see is that the applicant does a survey with the tenants or sits down with the tenants one-on-one to really figure out what their needs are. If they have pets, if they have, medical needs and they need to be have their housing in the same neighborhood, what have you. And we would keep in regular communication with the applicant team to make sure that they're, again, meeting with the tenants that need the assistance and finding them suitable options. And we'll be screening to make sure that they are finding suitable options.
Okay, thank you. And to this point, you understand that is what the applicant's doing?
From the meetings that we've had, and I will follow up based on having heard the stories from the tenants to make sure that we're continuing to work through the approved plan and what the promises are that are approved in that plan.
Okay, thank you. I know that although I understand that rents are fairly difficult and unaffordable, and looking at sort of the tax shift that we just went through, also looking at businesses, that might not trickle all the way down to some of the small businesses. Shifting some of my questions and my focus to the bottle return at depot. I was just wondering if staff could at all comment if we have any plans whatsoever for a commercial tenant relocation policy, because I heard some of that in the questions, and I'm just interested to know.
A couple of things. We're just coming in closing of your time, and we should just deal specifically with this.
Very specifically, is there any policy that protects this specific business at this time?
There is currently no policy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a brief question. I heard from a number of the speakers concerns, obviously, about tenant residential displacement, also the commercial displacement. And I just want to clarify from my own understanding is that we're dealing with a heritage designation this evening, but regardless of that, because of the current zoning, that it could be redeveloped regardless. Because there's questions of why is it not being done as a rental, that it could simply be redeveloped today without this heritage designation. Is that correct? Could you confirm that? I'm just looking at the briefing package here.
Yep, you're on. Please go ahead.
Susan Chang, Development Planner. In the C2C commercial zone, there is no requirement for rental, a secured rental proposal.
Okay, and just to again clarify, though, what we're dealing with, though, is a heritage designation today, and
Yes.
regardless of that, it could be developed.
Yes, irrespective of heritage designation or heritage retention, the C2C allows for strata development and commercial uses at grade.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
I have a question about the TRPP. I understand that TRPP says that vulnerable tenants have to be given options that are within 10% of their current rent. And surely being on disability means that you're a vulnerable tenant. So is that happening?
That's correct. That is identified in the policy, and that is identified in this particular tenant relocation plan that we've agreed to with the applicant. Then at least one of those options would have to fall within 10% of their current rent. So we'll continue to work with the applicant to make sure that they can seek out options.
In the
that fit
same
that.
neighborhood, right?
One of the options has to be in the same neighborhood. I guess it would be a discussion with the tenant, between the tenant and the applicant, as to whether they wanted to stay in that immediate neighborhood, as we hear a range of things.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stewart. What are the development options for the owner at this site? I mean, if this was not passed, what could the owner do with this property?
So the intent of this commercial C2C district is to encourage creation of pedestrian-oriented district shopping area by increasing the residential component and limiting the amount of office use. So
go ahead.
The proposal, irrespective of the heritage retention, conforms to the C2C district zoning.
By the development
Other than the
of condos.
10%, yes.
Right. Without the retention, I believe by reading the report, it would be lower in height, right?
Yes,
and less FSR.
Yes.
3 FSR and 4 stories. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Okay. There's no necessity to retain the buildings, or what? Given that they're on the Heritage Registry, what are the requirements for the owner in regards to the current heritage buildings?
Hugh McLean, Planning. The requirements would be to, they have a number of steps to go through as part of the process, which involves is writing a statement of significance to identify what the heritage values are and those elements. And connected to that would be to abide by a conservation plan, which is to retain as much as possible of those exterior elements that are to be protected, and to look at the long-term protection of those components. There may be situations due to, often it's because of building code requirements, that may require some of those elements to be replicated, but they are required to meet a high standard in terms of the quality of materials, the fact they can't do imitation materials. It has to be a high quality of rehabilitation.
Okay. Are there any requirements regarding the commercial tenants, and what is the security for Mr. Lee and the return at depot under current situations?
Well, in terms of the heritage component, heritage doesn't touch upon that aspect of it.
Right.
Heritage is really looking at the physical components of the buildings that are proposed to be retained on site and legally protected by bylaw.
Okay.
If I could clarify, the outright allowance for this zone is to allow 3 FSR and 4 stories in height. Right. The additional 10% and relaxation in height is to incentivize retention of the 2 heritage buildings.
Yes, that's right. There's nothing in anything in that zoning or the policy regarding heritage that offers any protection for the businesses that may be in the buildings or a requirement around replacement for the rental, right?
We have the tenant replacement policy.
Tenant protection policy.
Yes, not replacement, sorry.
Tenant protection.
Yes.
That's okay.
It's your area of expertise, but there is no commercial protection.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry. Just 1 second.
Yeah, so for staff, this location falls under the Broadway interim zoning policy, yeah?
Interim?
Between Clark and Vine.
Sorry, I think so.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
The interim Broadway policy for between Clark and Vine, this falls
within that area, but the interim policy is intended for rezoning applications.
right. So my extrapolation then is there's no potential for any rezoning on this particular site. It's stuck at C2C.
Yes, there is a moratorium currently.
Right. So, and I certainly, I mean, I appreciate that there's some really great premium features in here that they're talking about with the double hung windows and really making that effort, and that is granting them an additional 10% sort of discretionary bonus on the FSR. I note that Mr. Lee earlier mentioned that he needed about 2,500 square feet to continue a smaller footprint bottle depot, and that the overall footprint here is 1,300 square feet, going up to 5,300 square feet in the final proposal. Is it conceivable that we might thusly allow a little bit of extra discretionary on top of the discretionary additional bonus for the heritage retention to maybe see about working with the developer and Mr. Lee and see how we could maybe reincorporate a new model depot facility in this construction?
We can work with the applicant to explore that option as a consideration. However, there is currently no policy to require that.
Correct, but at say the discretion of council, if we were to suggest that, and would there be the ability to add an additional bonus on top of the 10%? Theoretically speaking.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, and a number of my questions have been asked, so I apologize that this is repetitive, but I just want to be clear on this being a heritage designation. What happens on this site if we don't approve this?
Well, if it's not approved, the buildings are vulnerable to demolition. Both the house and the corner store apartment building. They are valuable assets when it comes to heritage retention and conservation, and do contribute to the neighborhood in terms of the historic value and streetscape and so on. So they could be demolished.
And that wouldn't come back to council?
No.
Okay, and the moratorium, as Councillor Fry referred to in the neighborhood, doesn't protect these buildings. It just protects added density in the form of a rezoning from being proposed there. Is that correct?
You're talking about the rezoning moratorium?
Yeah, the Broadway corridor plan.
That's just for rezonings. Yeah.
Okay, so has there been a rezoning on this site in any recent history, or it's been this?
No.
Okay. And then I have two other quick questions. I'm curious, because it's not a rezoning, there's no CACs on this. It's just the heritage in exchange for that 10%.
That's right. They're DCLs.
Okay. And my final question is a bit broader, but site-specific. I'm curious if staff have any recommendations on options for supporting and maintaining the bottle depot on site or nearby, as that's clearly an important amenity in the neighborhood.
Sorry, if I could clarify, you were asking about the business and not the building.
Yes.
Given that there is no policy, and this is a development permit application, and we are here to approve or not approve a heritage designation, we can only ask as a consideration to explore some options.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I jump
Yes,
in?
go ahead, Senator.
I just want to make sure we are answering your questions fully, because the applicant is coming in for this HRA designation, which would enable the development as it's currently conceived of. Correct me if I'm wrong about any of this. If this isn't approved, the developer could pursue an adjustment to their development, but could still pursue a development without needing a rezoning. And could still displace the tenants and could still displace the bottle depot without saving the buildings. So I think the developer is willing to save the buildings because there's a benefit to them. But at this point, this decision doesn't necessarily change whether the bottle depot stays or not, or whether the tenants stay or not, right? Those are things that the developer can pursue on their own. However, the council's clearly raising an interest in the bottle depot, and that's something that I think we could go up after this and have an engagement with the developer to see if there's a way that some form of that could continue to be a part of the development. But that's not something that we can require at this point under the current form of what's in front of you today. I just want to make sure that is clear.
Is it Councillor Boyle? Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr. Just a minute left on your time.
Yeah, these are follow-up. I was disturbed to hear the one tenant talking about in being offered just listings on Craigslist. Is that really an adequate implementation of a tenant relocation plan?
Yeah, Andrea Gilman, Senior Planner with ACCS. Typically, when I am speaking to an applicant about the options that are being provided, I would actually say we're looking for realistic options and clarify further for them that it's not a list of Craigslist postings, that there may actually be actual units that are potentially available to that tenant for viewing and for renting. So we can follow up again. I mean, the options span everything from a Craigslist posting to, potentially if it's a larger developer that may have other rental holdings, something within their stock or with other partners that they have in the development industry, potentially to assisting the tenants in getting on a social housing wait list and working their way there.
Thanks very much. That's the 5 minutes, Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova, and you're actually at your...
I know, but we are in public hearing, and usually there's always been an understanding that if you have more questions that need to be answered to make your decision. So I would hope that we could maybe consider another round of questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any objections
to move
to
for
that?
that?
I don't see any objections, so
Okay,
go ahead.
thank you very much. I just wanted to, following up on the tenant relocation question asked by Councillor Carr, it's my experience just from working previously in the private sector and in nonprofit housing that this is actually quite normal and quite usual, not only in the city of Vancouver, but across Metro Vancouver. That's a part of the tenant relocation policies that we would see if there are any. Some municipalities don't have them. And it says to provide options that are like, so it's some type of advertisement. So it might not be Craigslist per se, but is that correct? So our tenant relocation policies in line with those of other municipalities? Maybe this is another issue, not for the policy, but I want to make sure that if we're looking at our, what we're offering tenants right now, that we're looking at how it's in line with other areas.
I would say the City of Vancouver has a very robust policy, just referring to the policy that came in 2015, in comparison to other municipalities in the Lower Mainland. I mean, we, at the time, did a review across Canada, and it still holds up as a very robust plan. I think the guidelines that are associated with the tenant relocation plan at this point don't provide the detail around what those options, 3 options are to be provided, but what those options really are. And so I think in bringing back the policy for review to council, that is one piece that I think needs a little bit more definition so we can avoid, just getting listings.
But today we're here, and this is the current policy. Our current policy is being satisfied by the applicant, and we can only, it's my understanding, look at this within the policy we currently have.
That's correct. Yeah.
And our policy is way, way out there compared to some other municipalities. In fact, I understand, being on the housing committee for Metro, it's one of the more robust policies. Is that?
That's correct. It's robust, and the fact that we have a policy, I think, sets us apart from other municipalities as well.
Yes, I certainly have heard that as well, so thank you. Just also wondering, there was some question, and I appreciate Councillor Boyle's questions. I see that she's stepped out of the room. I won't speak specifically about her questions, but we can here at public hearing ask that the applicant explore certain things, but asking that staff explore certain things, we can't amend something. It would be whether or not the applicant could, because it could possibly make the project and the pro forma unviable, or not viable. Is that correct? So we could suggest that the applicant look at certain options, but they can't come back if it's not viable. If, for instance, we were to say here today, you have to include the bottle depot in there, and that's not going to happen, they couldn't come back again. They'd have to go through a whole new public hearing process. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It would have to go through a totally new public hearing process.
Okay, so language would be more not asking staff to explore that, it would be asking the applicant to consider something.
Yes,
and it would
that
be a consideration.
Correct. At the same time, this could go through a development permit process without the buildings being retained.
Yes. So this is one of the cases, if I can ask, this is one of the cases where we may actually see the interim rezoning policy stopping different options for residential housing right now being built in the Broadway corridor, because there is a policy right now as staff moves forward with the Broadway plan. Is that correct? That's the reason for the interim rezoning policy, in light of the fact that staff will eventually come back with a plan.
I believe the Broadway plan, they're at the initial phase, so they will come back at a later time.
Yes, I just wanted to make it very clear that there's possibilities in the future.
Yes.
But right now, what we're looking at is, what I'm hearing is that there might not be a heritage designation, or we could lose that if the applicant wasn't willing to move forward with this.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's the information that I needed.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr, second round.
Yes, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I appreciate that. My question, it may not be answered by the staff here on the heritage component, but perhaps the city manager, and it really has to do with the return at depot and the fact that we have heard clearly that that this is an important community asset for the people who live locally. What options are there in terms of the city resources to be able to find a solution that retains such an important community commercial asset?
Through the mayor, thanks. Firstly, I think there are opportunities that we could pursue as a community to look at the types of locations that these operations can go into. So I think that's something we can do. We've certainly been involved with them. Pete, the one you mentioned, I'm sorry, Councillor Fry, the one you mentioned, the downtown, the retail location, we spent a lot of time working through the applicant on that one to try to get that use into a building of that nature. So I think there's more we can do to look at this and see what kinds of land uses it could go into. I did also just talk to the applicant, and he's expressed a willingness to engage with the Bottle Depot directly to see if they could fit them into the development. And so I think that would be an immediate takeaway from this discussion, because whether this HRA goes through or not, the Bottle Depot is in jeopardy if the applicant and the Bottle Depot operator can't engage in a discussion. And so I think I've heard a willingness to do that, and I think there have been maybe some communication challenges getting in touch and having a discussion, but if 70% of the space is used for storage, maybe there can be an opportunity to get a little less space, more pickups, and accommodate it in the development. So I think from staff's perspective, we would want to convene a meeting between the two and see if we can make that work on this site to maintain that use.
Is there a need for a council amendment to this to as a condition of approval to at least have those discussions or pursue those discussions?
I think we've heard loud and clear that we need to do that, so I don't think we need that direction. And the applicant has said they're prepared to do that. So at this point, I don't believe we need that to be an explicit condition. Again, I think we've got an opportunity with the HRA to be in discussion with the applicant, and I think we'd like to pursue that based on the interest that's been expressed today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fry.
Well, that is really encouraging news from the city manager, actually. I was going to ask about living heritage and as defined by UNESCO, and of course something that we're pursuing for Chinatown, and if there was a way to weave the notion of living heritage, which loosely is the cultural practices and representations and expressions of people and the kind of functions of a neighborhood.
Sorry, Councillor Fry, I have a point of order here. Councillor Dejanova.
I looked down and I looked up and we were talking about UNESCO, so I just wanted to specifically make sure we were talking.
Oh, you weren't paying attention. You just
I
looked
was
up.
paying attention.
But
if you
well,
would like
actually,
under,
Councillor.
Actually, it's my point of order,
Okay,
Councillor
it's not a
Fry.
debate. Not a debate. So thank you. So I guess the direction is to try to keep it to the project.
And now you're impugning that I was not paying attention. I just want to make sure that because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, and myself and maybe Councillor Carr would remember that we've been through this before, where we've had to have legal opinions out of public hearings. I just try and be very cautious about that, especially considering we're here on this project. But I do appreciate it, and I'd love to hear more about it at another time, Councillor Fry.
Well,
thanks very much. I think the safest thing is if we stick to the project as tightly as we can, we'll be fine. So I'll let you please go ahead and.
Well, to the point, living heritage, is that a consideration under a heritage revitalization agreement? Is that part of the checklist?
Absolutely, because heritage, we're moving along to encompass more than just the physical and the aesthetic, and moving toward the intangibles. And the social aspects, the cultural aspects of a heritage resource, they're all taken into consideration now. So that's certainly part of it, yes.
Okay, that's good to know. And I guess to an earlier point by one of the councillors asked about the interim policy, and my understanding is that it can, at the discretion of the Director of Planning, we can do other things outside of the interim policy if necessary, correct?
Sorry.
So for the Broadway interim rezoning policy, at the discretion of the Director of Planning, my understanding is that the Director of Planning can step in on certain performance-related projects.
So the interim policy plan only applies to rezoning.
Correct.
This is a development permit application.
Yeah, there was an earlier suggestion that the interim policy might prevent housing being built. That is off topic then. That's fine. Thank you.
We're good? Okay. Thanks, Councillor Dejanova. Just 30 seconds left.
Prepared to move the motion.
I think I have a question from Councillor Swanson, though, first.
No.
Councillor Swanson?
I'll go second.
Okay, so what's happening? You're moving the motion?
I'm moving the motion, and that's what I'm going to do, because I understand that I think there was something emailed around, and I'll let Councillor Swanson go, and then
move the
perhaps
motion.
speak later. Yes, so
Thanks
I
very much. So
moved
I'll
the
reset
motion.
Timer, thank you.
The staff recommendations.
Okay. Right, and we have a seconder then? Councillor Hardwick. So it's on the floor now. So if folks want to line up in the queue, Councillor Dejanova, you still have the floor?
I'm good for now.
You're good?
Thank
Okay.
you.
Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
I have an amendment,
Okay.
basically that council asks staff and the proponent to explore all possible opportunities to relocate the bottle depot in the development or the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And I need a seconder on that before I move it. Thank you, Councillor Dejanova. So over to the amendment queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, please use your clicker. Okay. Councillor Dejanova.
I appreciate this amendment to the motion by Councillor Swanson. I would ask staff to comment just to make sure, just a triple check, I think now, to follow up to Councillor Carr's earlier question regarding if this language allows staff to be able to do this and working with the applicant, but not necessarily having to come back to council or jeopardize the public hearing process. If this just asks them to look to explore something, if it doesn't work out, I understand that there's nothing here saying that, and I also understand the spirit of this right now is, as the city manager has confirmed, that the applicant's willing to do this. So I'm just wondering legally if this is if staff are fine with this language, and if so, I'm happy to support it, and thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, thanks. We're now that we're actually on the floor, this has to come through the city manager as a point of information. So the point of information.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
That's okay.
There's information. I was looking over there but first.
So is legally this just the legal ramifications of this? Any thoughts?
It looks good. This.
Nope, I think it's fine. We've been in communication with law, and this is not unlawful. So, and as I've indicated, there's an interest from both the applicant and staff to do that, so happy to pursue it.
Okay, thanks very much. Answer your point of information, Councillor?
Yes, and as I said, I'm happy to support it. Thanks, Councillor Swanson.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I very much appreciate that amendment. Councillor Swanson, thank you. I certainly verified with staff that a condition of approval was not needed, but this is a motion simply requiring staff or giving staff direction to have conversations with the proponent. So very happy to support this.
Great, thank you very much. And that's it for the amendment queue, so we can call a vote on this. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kirby-Young's just there at the last second. Please go ahead.
I appreciate that we found a way to put an amendment in that was sort of permissible without impacting on the procedural requirements. I was really taken by Mr. Lee's story, and I really appreciate him coming here. And I just want to thank the applicant as well for indicating their willingness to explore that. I think that we are significantly challenged by lack of industrial space, and we are dealing with really prevalent affordability issues and impact on relocation of renters, but we're seeing it increasingly more and more on the small business that in turn support a lot of folks that need it. So I will support it, and I just want to thank the applicant for stepping up to have those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think now I can call the vote. Don't see anybody else on the list. And there we go. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. So back to the, sorry, I'm just going to move us back to the question queue. Main motion queue, main queue. So I have Councillor Dejanova on the queue, followed by, it's kind of moving around a bit, so I have Councillor Hardwick on the queue. Okay, please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
I was hoping to speak to the motion as amended.
Please do.
Appropriate now?
Yep.
Thanks. Well, I am the council-appointed member of the Heritage Foundation, and I would like to thank the Heritage Foundation and staff in working on this particular file, which has been a complex one, and I think is consistent with the policies of our overarching heritage policies, and is really quite inventive. So I just wanted to say a positive word of support, and also encouraged by the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, on to Councillor Swanson.
Yeah. Well, I really want to thank all the people who came. I think that you really show what heritage is. That you show what real heritage is. Real heritage that includes community, that includes humans, that doesn't just include houses. You showed that. You came up, you spoke. Some of you just came to support. You were really eloquent, and thank you so much for doing that. I think this project is a perversion of heritage. I think it also shows everything that's wrong with all of the housing policies that this council inherited. It shows that we need rental housing zoning. It shows that we need our rental housing ODP changed so that it's applied to C2.
Just like you to steer you to this specific project rather than a policy discussion at this point.
And I've got a motion coming on that at another council meeting.
And that's.
I'm going to argue that heritage includes humans, and you can't preserve only a building and have heritage. You have to deal with what does the building stand for? What does it serve? Who does it serve?
Okay, Councillor Swanson, I've kind of let you go on the policy side of things, but this is a public hearing about this specific project, and I realize that it is affected by policy, but we're not debating the merits of the policy here tonight. We are just talking about the merits of this particular project.
So here we have a building that's providing work to mostly low-income people. It's providing housing to mostly low-income people. It's providing a community to mostly low-income people, and it's being eradicated, obliterated for another class of people. And I just think it shows everything that's wrong. The people who spoke showed that it's a neighborhood that's being gentrified. We don't need to gentrify more low-income neighborhoods in this city. This council has approved exactly 0 units that people who are being evicted from this place can afford. 0 in 6 months. We've got to get a handle on this, folks, and this is not the way to do it.
Thank you very much. On to Councillor Carr.
Yes. Thanks, Mayor Stewart, and forgive me for also following the line around policy, but in the case of this application, we are, or any application in front of public hearing, we are assessing the project based on its merits, but in particular also whether or not it meets current policy, current zoning directions, current plans. So for me, that's very important. I want to know if it's consistent or not consistent, and in what ways it might be slightly inconsistent or fudging things a little. I really need to know whether or not this merits being approved. So I think that in my thoughts and my assessment, I realize that there are some major policy gaps. This does meet current policy. There's no doubt about that. It's not inconsistent with the policy that we have in front of us. But it's frustrating when you realize it's meeting the policies, but the policies are inadequate to protecting the residents and the businesses that really make community. So I can't help but think along, I guess, the same lines as Councillor Swanson in that regard. The issue of no one-to-one rental replacement in C zones, in commercial zones, for example. The tenant relocation policy being also not as adequate as it could be in terms of offering residents the kinds of options.
So we are kind of drifting into the policy debate, and I just like
we're
to
nearing
back
the
to
end
this.
of it.
Yeah. Okay.
And no policy to protect commercial residents or commercial tenants. That'll be my last point on policy. I do want to say though that there is a required tenant relocation plan, and I'm happy to see that, and I'm happy to see staff working with the tenants around that and the pursuit of that, and especially protection for residents who are more vulnerable. I'm also happy that it's following suit on our heritage protection. Heritage is important in the city. Yes, it does include, in my mind, not just buildings, but businesses and people, but it's good to be retaining some of the buildings that give character to our neighborhoods rather than sameness in new development. And I really want to appreciate both staff and the applicant's willingness to pursue conversations in the future to keep this community the obviously close-knit and strong community that it is. So I thank everyone for coming and the willingness to have those conversations. We'll be supporting.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just want to echo gratitude for those who came and spoke. I wish that what we were voting on was, I guess I just wish that we had more control over the options in this situation. It feels pretty clear we don't get to vote on the status quo or something changing here. It's what that change looks like, and I feel very regretful that that's the case, because it is true, as we continue to hear, that there are a real lack of affordable projects. So just really sitting in that tension, and I appreciate all the folks who come and remind us of the need for protecting those units, and I wish we could do that here. That's all.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kirby-Young. I'm sorry, right there. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Great, thank you. It's heartbreaking to go through these public hearings and have to have the hat on of approving things with the current policy and listening to these stories. That is our job. I think the decision that we're faced with tonight is, if we don't approve the heritage designation, we lose both potentially the heritage aspect and history on the site, and we lose the affordable housing element for the tenants. So the loss is double. If we do approve it, we still are in the situation where there's the impact on the tenants. And so I think it's fairly clear, and others have spoken to it, I won't belabor the point, but we've got a very Herculean task in the city to deal with all the people that are being impacted. But I want to thank the people that came and spoke to this, because I think council are fully aware of the very personal, real impacts it's having on each and every person. And so I just wanted to offer that. It's probably the only comfort I can add at this point, because we can't change policy. It's been noted in the public hearing. And so we have to try to make the best decision and then work outside of this hearing process to move things forward. I do take comfort, and I'm really, as I mentioned earlier, in the fact that we're able to identify one glimmer of hope in terms of not just the living heritage on the site, but the social benefit of potentially keeping Mr. Lee's business there. So, as has been mentioned, that's the context. That's our job, to look at it in that aspect. I'm sure that council will have lots of further discussion outside of a hearing situation around how we can address some of the other policy issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, this one's tough. Obviously, someone from the neighborhood that's been very involved in the neighborhood planning and trying to keep the heritage component, but I think today, these words have really kind of made you realize what we need to protect, because we continue to lose our neighbors and our friends and the people around us. And that's really what people love Mount Pleasant for. So, yeah, it's tough that we're voting on the heritage component and not voting on any other element, realistically, of this project. And so I do like that we're able to keep the house, even though it's moved on the side. I do like that my sushi place is still going to have that nice frontage, even though it will no longer be a sushi place. And that's tough to see, because we're losing the spots that make it a complete community. So I know Port Living has done a lot of work in the neighborhood, and I really hope that they continue and find a way to step up and really show the community that's feeling like they're getting pushed out, that you care and that you're going to step up and keep the community together, because the community is feeling vulnerable, and we need to see some acts that really make us feel like the community we love and the community we're with are going to be there. And at council, we can hear that this council really wants to make changes to the policy so that this doesn't continue to happen. And so I really appreciate everyone that came and spoke today. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. But without belaboring and echoing many of the comments before, I do want to thank each and every one of the speakers who came out and spoke. You're spending your evening with us instead of working or with your families tonight, and I really do respect that, and thank you for that. Your comments aren't lost on me. I think that definitely considering what you've said in the context of how we look at policy is one thing, and I often draw from that at public hearing. But right now, we have to consider what's in front of us. It's something that I fought at the beginning of last term because I couldn't necessarily maybe at first see that, but understanding that this is a very different process than the body we sit in for regular council or even committee. We right now have the policy that we do in front of us, and I understand that one of the reasons we have an interim rezoning policy that allows us to look at the heritage right now, but perhaps not at other options for the community or the neighborhood, is actually to protect and to look at the heritage that I think has been mentioned by so many, and not just the heritage of the building, but as many others pointed out, including Councillor Swanson, the heritage of the community. And we have unique communities in Vancouver, not because they're efficient, but because they have character. And I think that that's always very important to consider. That being said, we look down the road, and there's also a reason that we have heritage designation and revitalization applications that come forward. And I do want to thank the applicant also, because I understand that that's a process that you choose to come forward with. And as Councillor Wiebe described, I think that it is important that although we see on one hand the struggle that local businesses suffer with, and understanding that many of them are tenants, they don't actually own the land that they're in. At the same time, we want to make sure that the heritage stays in the community. So for those reasons, and the fact that this does tick the boxes on the policy, I see no reason not to support the heritage designation revitalization piece. I'd also like to thank staff and the applicant in advance for working together to try your best. I know that it doesn't say specifically in this motion that it will happen, but to try your best to accommodate the bottle depot, I would like to see that also. So thank you very much, and I will be supporting this, as I said, when I move the motion.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Interesting conversation, and thanks to everybody for coming out, and thanks for staff for the work on this. I will say that when I first read the report, I really love built form heritage and the preservation of a pioneer house and period glazing and all those kind of things. That excites me, and I love to hear about those kind of projects. And then when I heard from residents and folks around the bottle depot and stuff, my opinion shifted because I was concerned with the living heritage component. So I'm so happy to hear staff address that. I'm really pleased to hear the developer willing to address that living heritage. And I know it's a new concept in heritage and heritage preservation, and I'm really pleased to hear that this is a direction that we as our staff are going. And yes, we need a lot more policy tools. We need improvements to make sure that we're protecting the people. I do think that this is a step in the right direction, and I'm very appreciative of that movement in this direction and the response to what we're hearing tonight and what council have been reflecting back. So I will be supporting this, and I thank everybody for coming out tonight, and thank you for the time.
Thanks very much. So that's it for debate. So I guess we'll call a vote. And that has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you, Council. Okay, we are moving on to Heritage Revitalization Agreement Amendment. Just wondering if we might just take 5 minutes to stretch our legs while everybody is getting. Everybody's getting.
I'd move to
Yeah, 1 second here. Go ahead.
I would move to do that. I also just wanted to give council the heads up that I would likely, if there's no speakers too, and I don't see any speakers, to number 4. I know number 5 was withdrawn. I would like to waive presentation for that.
Sure, we'll ask. when we get to
Exactly.
that.
I just wanted to let everyone know that that was my intention.
Thanks.
So move for 5-minute recess.
Yep, 5-minute recess, and we'll see you back here at just 4 minutes to 8. I call the meeting back to order. Okay. That's good. Okay, so call the meeting back to order. I think we have quorum, so that's good. We can move along. Clerk, if you'd read the application and summary of correspondence, that would be great. Thanks.
Item number 3, Heritage Revitalization Agreement Amendment 2082 and 2088 Charles Street. This is an application by Melodelia Homes to amend the existing Heritage Revitalization Agreement for 2082 to 2088 Charles Street to address the current minor amendment to the previously issued development permit, allowing for a modest increase in floor area and providing updated provisions which address the recent rezoning of the site from RT4 to RT5. Council has received no correspondence on this application since it was referred to public hearing.
Great, thanks very much. And just ask you to waive your presentation. Is that?
Yes, I can waive my presentation.
Great, thank you very much. And is the applicant team here to speak? Or no need to speak, but unless you want to, otherwise we'll just get you for questions. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from staff? We have from staff to the applicant, Councilor Dejanova.
No.
I have you
no
on the
one
list
else
here.
Yes. Let's see. I was going to take myself off. I saw no one else on the queue unless there is questions. If not, happy to move the motion.
Right. Well, I've got to do my call.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Right. First.
Call for
So
speakers.
we'll just, let's see. So any other questions from council to staff? For the applicant? Okay. So seeing none, we're going to move to the call for speakers from the audience. Is anybody in the audience that would like to speak to this application? Going once, twice, 3 times. Okay, thanks very much. And seeing there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. We didn't have any comments after 5 p.m., so I suggest we close the list now for receipt of public comments and move on. Any closing comments from the applicant? Nope. Thank you. Staff, any closing comments?
No closing comments.
Thanks very much. Council, have any questions? I have Councilor Dejanova on. Councilor Dejanova?
Prepared to move the motion.
Great, thanks very much.
Just wanted to say that I will be supporting this. I see very clearly from the policy report that it does fit the policy, and we just had a very robust discussion, actually, on heritage revitalization agreements as well, and how they and the context of the policy surrounding them. So, and any questions that I did have were answered, and that's all.
Great, thank you very much. I have a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Carr. And is there any debate? Seeing no debate, we'll call the question. And that's unanimous. Thanks very much. Moving on to the next one, we have a text amendment for 8180 and 8188 Champlain Crescent. Clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence.
This is an application by Johnny W.W. Leong Architects to amend CD1 District 117 for Champlain Heights with respect to 8180 to 8188 Champlain Crescent to create a sub-area in which limited additional cultural and recreational, office, retail, and service uses would be permitted. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 1 piece of correspondence in opposition to the application, 1 piece of correspondence dealing with other aspects of the application, up until 4:30 today.
Thank you very much. And we have Alicia Desjardins here. Would you like to?
No, my name is Alicia Desjardins, rezoning planner, and as there are no registered speakers, staff are prepared to waive the presentation.
Great, thank you very much. Point of information, Councillor Dejanova?
Seeing that we have speakers on other items, but not this.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Thanks very much. And applicant team here. Yes, so did you want to speak or do you just want to answer questions? Thank you, sir. Okay. Any questions from council to staff? I see none, and so we're here from the public. We don't have anybody on the list, so I'm going to move to call if anybody from the audience would like to speak to this item. Going once, twice, 3 times. Thank you very much. So there's no speakers, so the speakers list is now closed. We haven't had any correspondence after 5 p.m., so we'll close the receipt of public comments and move on. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Okay, thank you very much. Staff have any closing comments? No, thank you. Council have any questions? I have Councillor Dejanova on the list as well as Councillor Wiebe.
I thought I was off the list.
Off the list?
But I'll move the motion if.
I still have Councillor Wiebe on the list, so
Okay.
I'll move Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, just a quick question on the removal of the local convenience stores permitted use. Why did we want to remove that from the zoning?
Sorry, I'll turn that on for you. There you go. Nope. One more? Okay, there we go.
The local convenience store use is actually an older use that's no longer used in the zoning and development bylaw definitions. And so it's now actually captured under retail use. So a convenience store would be able to return to that space in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova, I don't see anybody else on the list, so please go ahead.
Happy to move the motion, and also just to note in the conclusion of the report, the support for creating a sub-area and adding the cultural, recreational, office, and retail and service uses, which actually some applicants aspire to do, but they are stuck with office in some areas and such. So I appreciate that clarification. But happy to move this, and we'll be supporting it. It does seem to fit policy from reading the policy report, and thanks, staff.
Thanks very much. You have a seconder for this one. Councillor Hardwick. And is there any debate? Give it a second. Any debate? Great. None. Seeing none, we can call the vote on this one. Councillor Kirby-Young, just waiting for... Thanks very much. That is unanimous. Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay. So now we're moving on to number 5, which has been withdrawn. So number 6, moving on to Quebec Street. The clerk will now read the application.
This is an application by Chicozy Architecture Incorporated to rezone 4906 to 4970 Quebec Street from RS1 One Family Dwelling District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 6-story residential building with 55 strata titled units over 2 levels of underground parking. A height of 20.31 meters and an FSR of 2.31 are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 2 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application, and this represents up to 4:30 p.m.
Thanks very much. And we do have speakers to this. So we have Matthias Seaton. Seaton. Did I get it close? I probably didn't. So you'd like to do a presentation?
Sure, yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Matthias Seaton, and I'm the rezoning planner for this application on Quebec Street. So this rezoning application is being considered under the Little Mountain Adjacent Area Rezoning Policy. Okay. The subject site, which is outlined in red in this slide, is located on the southeast corner of Quebec Street and East 33rd Avenue, and it's made up of 5 legal parcels. It is situated within the Little Mountain Adjacent Area, which is highlighted in yellow on the map. This area is directly east of the 15-acre former Little Mountain social housing site, which is now under redevelopment following council approval of a rezoning application in 2016. Nearby public amenities to the site include Queen Elizabeth Park and Hillcrest Community Center to the west, which is just past Nat Bailey Stadium, shown on this map. And General Brock Elementary School is also located a block to the northeast of the site. So as I said, the application is coming in under the Little Mountain Adjacent Area Rezoning Policy, which was approved by Council in early 2013. The intent of the policy is to provide a transition area between the larger Little Mountain site, the single-family homes north of East 33rd Avenue, and the mixed-use buildings along Main Street. The policy allows for a diverse and innovative housing types in the form of ground-oriented, low and mid-rise buildings with a height up to 6 stories and a maximum FSR of 2.3. So this provides flexibility in responding to various site configurations, values, and market conditions. Only residential uses can be considered on sites in this area off of Main Street, and the residential tenure is not regulated. So this slide here shows a conceptual diagram of the future build-out of the 15-acre Little Mountain site, which is outlined in yellow, and how the Little Mountain adjacent area in red relates to it in terms of height and scale as it transitions down towards lower density neighborhoods and mixed-use buildings on Main Street. New public amenities in the Little Mountain site will include a neighborhood house, a 69-space daycare, social housing, and a community plaza. So the area is quickly transforming from a single-family context to multifamily developments. There have already been 6 rezoning applications approved by council since the policy came into place in 2013. So these are the CD1 areas which are shaded in blue in the slide, and all of them are 5 to 6 story residential buildings. So should council approve this rezoning application, there would only be 5 sites remaining that could redevelop under this policy within this little adjacent area. So this application specifically is for a 6-story residential building containing 55 strata units, which generally complies with the policy, the Little Mountain adjacent area rezoning policy. The proposed density for this project is 2.31 FSR, and the height is 66.5 feet. The applicant is providing 64 parking stalls within 2 levels of underground parking, and also 45% of the units in the building are proposed as family units, which exceeds the minimum requirement of 35% under the city's family room housing mix policy for rezoning projects. The building is designed with 2 wide courtyards at the front and rear of the building, which provides cross ventilation in many of the units. The rear courtyard space serves as the outdoor amenity space for the residents of the building and is connected to an indoor amenity room located off of the main building lobby. There are some additional shared indoor amenity spaces at level 2. And ground-oriented units along Quebec Street help animate the street and the lane as well at the back of the site with front doors and semi-private patios. A parking ramp is located at the lane at the southeast corner, and that's how the parking is accessed for this project. All 5 houses that are currently on site are currently tenanted. And as these are all single-family homes, the city's tenant relocation and protection policy does not apply, and tenancies are protected under the Residential Tenancy Act. City-hosted open house was held in November 2018 and was attended by 37 people. Staff received a total of approximately 20 responses for this rezoning application. Feedback included both support and concerns for the building design and its contextual fit in the neighborhood. There was general support indicated for the provision of new housing units contributing to further housing supply, and particularly units which are suited for families. And then there were concerns expressed about impacts on parking and traffic, as well as neighborhood disturbance related to the development, such as construction noise or shadow impacts. So recognizing that East 33rd Avenue is an important pedestrian connection from Main Street to Queen Elizabeth Park, we are seeking more public realm improvements along East 33rd Avenue, including ground-oriented units and enhanced landscaping to add visual interest and to help animate the street, to contribute to the overall pedestrian experience leading up to the park, and to better integrate the building into the existing neighborhood, which is something that we heard from the community. Inclusion of more green building strategies such as urban agriculture and green roofs and other passive design features will also need to be considered in more detail at the development permit stage. In response to public concerns around traffic and parking, I just wanted to state that the proposal does meet the parking requirements in the parking bylaw, And conditions have been included in Appendix B of the council reports around traffic calming measures and infrastructure improvements for pedestrians around the site. In terms of public benefits, the application generates about $950,000 in community amenity contributions, which will be allocated to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. This will help deliver social housing units in the Riley Park South Cambie area, and that's what's indicated in the policy as the intent for these developments. Additionally, the applicant will also be required to pay approximately $1.1 million in DCLs. So in summary, this proposal aligns with the Little Mountain adjacent area rezoning policy and would provide 55 new strata housing units in an area which is close to many public amenities. Staff recommend the application be approved, subject to conditions outlined in Appendix B. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Right. So we have the applicant team here as well. Great. And did you want to present or just to answer questions? Great. Thank you very much. And any questions from council to staff or the applicant? Councillor DeGenova.
Oh,
Councillor Boyle
no,
on as well.
That's fine. I thought I saw no questions. I waited a
Councillor
minute.
Boyle.
Thanks. I have a couple questions. I'm curious, given the priorities to see more rental units, whether rental was part of any early conversations on this site.
For this particular Little Mountain adjacent area, there are only a few sites that currently have rental housing along Main Street, so that's something that would need to be considered for those sites if they do come in for a rezoning application. Otherwise, in this small kind of pocket, residential uses are permitted, but there is no, we don't specify whether they should be rental or strata, so there is an option. And then additionally, in the Little Mountain site, kind of immediately besides this area, there will be some more affordable housing options provided that was approved by council as part of that application.
Okay, and I'm also curious, the CAC amount seems low given the increase in land values that we've seen in that area over the last number of years. And I noticed that the target CAC rate is from 2017, and I know the Little Mountain site adjacent that the land values there have gone up quite significantly. So I'm just curious to hear why we're using a CAC rate from 2017 still to calculate that.
Yeah, so the CAC rates are generally lower in this area than what we're used to seeing for the Cambie corridor, for example. When this policy was approved by council in 2013, the starting target rate was, I believe, about $23 or so, $23.70. And then we do annual reviews of our CAC policy to kind of look at adjusting those rates if required based on market conditions. So the target rate has come up in recent years. So now it's at about $29.88, I believe. But because this application came in under the 2017 CAC rates, as long as you've submitted an application and paid application fees, you would be exempt from any annual inflationary adjustment increases to that target rate.
Can I just ask what the new rate is with inflation?
Yeah, I believe the 2018 rate, I think, is $29.88, so it's only about $1.30 or so more than what this application would be paying.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Great, thank you very much. We have Councillor DeGenova and Councillor Bly on the list. So, Councillor DeGenova, did you have a question, or are you just waiting?
No, I tried to take myself off.
Okay, Councillor Bly.
Hi there, thank you. There's been some comments from the public around traffic in that area, and we know that 33rd and Main is an extremely busy and sort of still a small intersection in relation to the development that area, that Little Mountain seen. So I just wonder if you could comment on how we're looking at that impact on the neighborhood in terms of traffic and traffic calming. I know there is some traffic calming measures in and around between Cambie and Main in that area. It still seems to be a concern of the public, so.
Yeah, so I can hand it over to engineering staff or transportation staff who can speak more to that.
John Tareki with Transportation. So when we're looking at this particular application with about 55 units, we wouldn't see a tremendously significant number of trips being generated in the peak hour here. And as such, the traffic volume concerns associated with this development are fairly low, and that's why the conditions that we have are really oriented towards improving the pedestrian experience and improving accessibility within that local neighborhood. And then looking at traffic calming within the lane and minor improvements like corner bulges, for example, at the intersection of Quebec and 33rd. And so that's where we've sort of focused our attention here. I can certainly take that away and ask about our intentions about Main and 33rd in the longer term.
Yeah, I appreciate the distinction between looking at this particular application isolated from the rest of the development is what we're looking at. So if you were to take it away, that would be really great, just because I think the neighborhood's looking at the entire development block as a whole.
And I know that we have been talking about that, but I wouldn't want to speculate at where that's at today. So
okay, great. Love to hear back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. And a question for staff. I see within the report that there is some shared amenity staff space as part of this development, but is there anything geared at children and youth in terms of any open play spaces or playgrounds or anything? I think you mentioned the courtyard, but I'm just wondering if there's anything else beyond that.
Yeah, so there actually hasn't been a specifically designated area for children's play, and that is something that came up through the staff review. So we have put in a condition into Appendix B of the council report for the applicant to further explore the amenity areas for the building as part of the development permit stage.
And would that also include, I'm thinking back to the report that we had this morning around some of the research that's been done specifically around childcares and the benefit of greenery and green space. Would that include something like that as well, as considering, I guess, not a daycare, but in the concept of having, potentially a play space, but also greenery as part of that to benefit children?
Yeah, I mean, as part of the development permit application, we would review a landscape plan as well. So we would look at that in tandem with any outdoor amenity spaces that are being provided in order to ensure a quality amenity space.
That was an excellent presentation this morning. I'm not sure that the other staff were able to observe that, but we will absolutely make sure that we review all that information and factor that into our review on the development permit.
Yeah, that would be great. I appreciate it. I think there's enormous merit as we are, it's geared, obviously, a component of the development is geared at families, and that we have that incorporated into as many of these projects as possible so that people can, they can still go to parks, but they also have the access to something, readily available to them. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Fry. Councillor DeGenova has a question.
I do actually now have
Okay.
a question. And then I was prepared to move a motion, but I'll put myself on after Councillor Fry. I actually used to live on the northeast corner of Main and 33rd, right there. So I actually have very good reference to the fact that General Brock Elementary is right there with quite a large play space. I know that it is a school also, but also noting the green space in the area actually meets more than the 2.75 acres required because Queen Elizabeth Park is right there. And Hillcrest, which is a destination center, but also that has a number of different options for play space. And to Councillor Dominato's question, also asking sort of if it's very rich in amenities neighborhood. That's what I always seem to remember of that neighborhood. Also noting that Riley Park, where the community center is no longer in operation, as Hillcrest is, has green space there. So just wondered if that was factored into any of the considerations on this.
I'm sure that when the policy was being developed, we would have looked at access to green space, and this application within the context is located close to a lot of public amenities, which definitely provides kind of enhanced amenities close to the development.
Okay. And because we are talking about amenities for this development and its proximity to I'm not going to talk about how many years we've been waiting for Little Mountain to come on board, but we're moving forward now thanks to staff and started working forward towards that at the end of last term. Just wondering if we can also expect more amenities to come online that would be available openly and publicly to the community.
As part of the Little Mountain site?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I touched on that very briefly in my presentation, but
saw
as
that.
as part of that application, there will be a new park, there will be a new neighborhood house, there'll be a 69 space childcare facility as well. So this is all immediately adjacent to this particular area and within very close walking distance.
I loved the neighborhood when I lived there and appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thank you. So with regard to that last point, we did get a letter from somebody who was commenting about sidewalks and pooling of water along the Little Mountain adjacent site, and that it hadn't been maintained and since it had been so languishing. Are there any plans for an immediate improvement to remedy that kind of situation as part of this, or is this waiting for the larger master planning?
Well, so as part of this rezoning application specifically, there are conditions that we have written into Appendix B of the council reports to do some public realm improvements along the site frontages specifically. So that would pertains to sidewalk infrastructure improvements, which could help alleviate some of those concerns.
Okay, but not specifically on the Little Mountain site, but on their site. Yeah. And I noticed there's some references here to hydrogeological studies that I haven't seen in previous applications. Are there special considerations around the water table here and the reservoir that?
This is one of the sites that engineering has determined does need to be looked at in more detail. So there would be a study expected to be produced for the development permit stage to ensure that that any kind of issues with the water table are successfully dealt with.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova?
Prepared to move a motion.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, for speakers.
That's right.
My apologies.
No motion then? Thank you very much. So no more
Yes,
questions?
I'll
from-
hold the motion.
Thanks very much. So we've had all the questions. Now we're going to hear from the public. Thanks very much. And the
Wanted to
first
make sure-
speaker is Marion Werner. Thanks for coming today, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Mayor, city councilors. This building has inspired a poem yesterday. As all tragedies inspire the arts. Weep, beloved city, weep. Declare a day of mourning. Cover yourself in black. Lament. An old grove of mighty trees, firs and the willow, will be no more. Light of children, solace of the lonely. Treetops where the crows alight to ponder what is below and above. Reason and beauty have taken flight, hiding at the site of destruction. A monster house will appear, crushing neighbor and passerby. A prison wall of concrete, greenery added to cover the shade. Has the heavy hand filled with illicit money come down on those who make decisions? Has an evil spirit upset the fine balance of residential design? Gateway to our park brutalized. Open up to console the person who weeps. I'm very upset.
You can see that. I'm sorry.
I've expressed it. And why do city planners not take any notice? Also, it's been in writing since the open house that I'm totally against the 6-story. Friends and neighbors are totally against the 6-story. It seems to me that city planners have a personal interest in building that 6-story.
I just ask you to contain your comments to the project itself and just show respect, everybody. That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, I don't have a watch. 6-story, imagine 3 times the height of this room.
But we are going to need you to stand next to the microphone, though. So, thanks very much. And you've got
The height of this room.
yes.
a small alley behind, two-story building, a narrow building, so the people who live there, a beautiful community of 10 families with small children, their view will be taken entirely, every shred of view. A two-story building, it's their home. They've been there for 20 years, 10 family between 10 and 20 years. Six-story, everything will be taken. That's one aspect. The other aspect is that's just a small alley crowded with 50 cars or more. Main Street has two lanes only. A six-story, and then they're on this side all residential. A six-story will overpower the passerby, totally overpower the passerby. Buildings are a little bit like animals. An elephant in Africa looks good. An elephant in this room means destruction and havoc. A six-story building in this location is destruction. Destruction means destruction. Destruction. Half a block away, it's okay. A block away, a 12-story building is okay. In this very location, it does not work because it crushes everything. It crushes.
Okay.
I have a few more minutes.
You have a minute and a half.
As a tour guide, a city tour guide in the city of Vancouver for 10 years, I always point out the good work that's done in the city planning. Now, more and more, I've lived on this Main Street for 37 years. It used to be the stepchild of the nation. More and more, Main Street is coming up. People are taking the buses, not cars. I've directed many people to the park. They take Main Street, then they walk to the park. So they walk on a small pathway to Lane Street. There is a six-story building right at your side. If it was half a block behind, that's okay. Six-story building. There is a grove of beautiful old trees, about an 8-story fir, beautiful, beautiful, a beautiful willow, another fir. So we are talking about green space. Modern city planners, they say we need these little natural grown groves. Yes, we can plant a few things. And these trees have been sacrificed by our city planners for one cherry blossom tree. We have 70,000 of these cherry blossom trees. They said, okay, cut down these 3 beautiful trees, keep that one cherry blossom tree. So talking about the space for the children, the adjacent area and Little Mountain is one space, so there will be about 10,000 more people coming to share the pool, to share everything.
Okay, thank you very much. That is your 5 minutes of time. I appreciate you coming in today. You have no questions from council, but thanks for sharing your thoughts on this today.
There are no more questions from council?
That's right. Nobody's. Thanks very much. You've made your point loud and clear. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. On to Christian Stockman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Christian Stockman. I would like to speak to the proposed rezoning application in my capacity as Strata Council President of East Park, Quebec, which is located at 5080 Quebec Street, just down the street from the proposed redevelopment, and to share some concerns within our community. The residents of our building are generally aware and supportive of the continued development of the Little Mountain adjacent area and have come to expect further rezoning applications. However, we still have some concerns about developments within the neighborhood and wanted to flag some items for you that may not have been adequately addressed or represented by either developer or the city. Firstly, height of the proposed building with regard to the view corridors for those on the north side of our building, which would be severely affected by the development. Our building has only 5 floors, plus rooftop decks for the top floor units, and all of these and all of the residents with a view will be definitely suffering from the proposed height of this development. We ask for further consideration of the view corridors from the adjacent and future buildings as well. Also regarding height of the building, with regard to adjacent buildings next to it, relating to the previous issue of view corridors, is the fact that many of the adjacent buildings on the southeast, southwest, and northwest corners of Main and 33rd are only 2 stories tall currently, and not likely to be redeveloped anytime soon, making for an awkward juxtaposition, unlike some of the other intersections in the city that are quite prominent, which have very tall buildings on all 4 corners. Third item regarding height, with regard to the elevations which were available to us in the general public, although it would appear that the general limits and policy requirements of the Little Mountain adjacent area plan are largely adhered to, we feel that the proposed design may exceed height restrictions once complete, in part because of the publicly available elevations do not show the true height of the completed roof extent, at least not what I was able to download from your website. And for the policy, we can only get a general idea of how high the building needs to be. And so once there's a couple of the elevations that show the what I believe would be a mechanical shaft or an elevator shaft on the roof, which is a large gray or black box on the top of that building. Once this box has been included, the height may be several feet higher than would be expected, which would further exacerbate the view issues and make the building even taller. So we ask that the true height be disclosed and, if necessary, adjusted downward even if that means removing a floor to more adequately fit into the neighborhood. Fourth, changing tacks here, we have concerns about noise. The Quebec Street in this area is currently the site of 3 major construction projects, all redevelopments under CD1, and are subject to noise 6 and sometimes 7 days a week from 7 a.m. onward. The levels of noise that we've experienced have always been a continuum since we've moved into our building when it was completed in late 2017. This does not include even our own deficiency clearance and the noise associated with that, as well as the 2 neighboring buildings. And this shows no signs of abating. So the proposed development would be the 4th currently in progress on the block, and we have significant concerns about noise abatement, and we would like for some further consideration regarding that as the development progresses. Some other construction-related issues that we wanted to flag include proliferation of garbage on the street and in the area, attracting scavenging animals, birds, and dumpster diving individuals, increasing concerns about crime as well. Construction materials being not properly secured and blowing away during windstorms and making a lot of noise overnight, even when it's moderately windy. Streets that are getting worse and worse to drive on due to the proliferation of heavy construction equipment tearing up the roads on a daily basis. Ruined landscaping and curbs as large trucks are forced to turn onto boulevard strips, which have just been newly completed for our building. And finally, construction materials such as nails and screws that puncture tires or otherwise harm people and property. A neighbor, for example, was nearly hit by an errant nail gun while she was sitting on her patio, and that was from the development across the street.
Just 15 seconds left.
So I want to reiterate that the residents in our building expect and broadly support the densification of the neighborhood, but we ask you to consider revisions of the application that will be beneficial to everyone should this go ahead, rather than just rubber stamping this. And we hope that you take our concerns seriously to limit the impacts, and hope that we can enjoy the neighborhood as a community. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I don't see any questions on the queue, so thank you very much for your time this evening. We have Mark Lawrence next. And 5 minutes. The clerk will just lower that a bit for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Mark Lawrence. I'm a resident of the area where this application is being proposed. I am opposed to the rezoning application. I respectfully recommend this proposal for a 6-story mid-rise be rejected, as it seems to me to not to be in keeping with the city's own vision for this area. The city's rezoning policy and guiding principles are crystal clear in the Little Mountain adjacent area rezoning policy written by staff and approved by council in 2013. The first page after the contents is intent and principles. It states, quote, the primary building typologies will be ground-oriented housing, such as row houses, townhouses, conventional, courtyard, or stacked, along with low to mid-rise apartments, end quote. However, there are now 5 mid-rises in this corridor of Quebec Street from 33rd to 35th, and it's referred to as sub-area 1 in this document. And it looks as though there are only 3 possible parcels of land left for development. This application is for one of those parcels, or the collection of lands, lots. Thus far, there is no ground-oriented housing, such as row houses and townhouses. Yet they are a primary building typology, part of the intent and principles in the city's own rezoning policy. There's actually even a little picture of the intention of some of the buildings and the scope and size of them in this policy that council approved. Yes? Furthermore, as well as a mix of housing types, the policy dictates there be, quote, an appropriate transition in scale and height from the larger site to the surrounding areas, end quote. This is what the other speakers were referring to. So a 6-story block building is not an appropriate transition in scale or in height to the single-family dwellings north of 33rd Avenue, nor is it appropriate to the lower 5-story buildings to the south. We want a strong community with a variety of housing types. Clearly, so did the creators of this document. It increases the likelihood for a wider range of residents, families to singles, young and old, of different income levels. It allows for more opportunities for interaction and the intersection of people, which in turn makes for a stronger social fabric and a healthier city. So now's the time to ensure that the city's own vision is realized. You cannot have a policy and a vision of mixed housing types, but end up with a massive row of mid-rises. Reject the application for a 6-story mid-rise, and please ensure that the remaining parcels of land in sub-area 1 be reserved for the very townhomes and row houses that are in this policy. Besides, it's what staff envisioned and council approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a number of questions. You can stay at the microphone. Councillor Weeb, please go ahead.
Yeah, looking at the document you have in 3.1, it says rezoning applications will be considered for low to mid-rise apartments from 4 to 6 stories in sub-area 1. So where are you seeing that this does not concur with the plan?
Well, the plan...
what page are you on? Because I'm currently on page 3, and it says low to mid-rise apartments from 4 to 6 stories in sub-area 1, which is...
Page...
Which to me is...
I don't have page numbers on this document. I printed off the city.
Okay, I'm just looking at the one online, and when I did research
One intent and principles?
It says 3.1, low to mid-rise apartments foreign policy. It says rise apartments from 4 to 6 stories in sub-area 1.
Yeah, I don't disagree. That's what it says, yes.
Is this not 4 to 6 stories?
It is 4 to 6. It's 6 stories. What I'm saying is that the intention is to have a variety of housing.
Yeah, and I agree that that's a good way to move forward. I'm just wondering that the policy, the project we're looking at right now follows the policy that was approved by the neighborhood. Is that correct?
You should ask somebody, a planner.
Okay. And do you like the setbacks from 4? So it looks like a 4-story building, the 5th and 6th story are setback. Is that something that you would approve of moving forward on projects in the neighborhood?
Sorry,
the building's got it looks, if you look from the street level, a lot of it's at 4 stories and the 5th and 6th stories are setback. Is that something that you think would be a good use of space?
No, this is why I'm here to argue against that.
So you don't like the setbacks in the 5th to 6th story?
What I'm suggesting is it's not about that, it's about the bigger picture of this sub-area 1 within the Little Mountain adjacent area. Okay. It's quite clear that the intention be that there be a variety of housing types. There's only a few parcels of land left, and yet there's only mid-rises going in. There are no townhouses or row houses.
So you're looking for a better mix in the neighborhood.
What I'm saying is that there should be a better mix of the neighborhood. It allows for more intersection of people. If you're walking down the street and there's more like a townhome or an area, a garden area, kids play area just outside. They're outside. You see neighbors sitting on their porches. You interact. It's part of community, and it's what I feel very passionate about. So if the idea behind this document was to have all of these different kinds of levels of housing, then it's not being met. It's not. It was approved by council.
Yeah.
And now we have. It'll just be. Someone I live with refers to it will be a ghetto of mid-rises.
So you want the mixture and the community component of complete communities. I understand that. I really appreciate your passion in coming to speak today. Thank you so much.
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's everything. Thank you. Oh, you have a couple more questions.
That's right, Councillor Dejanova. I just ask you, sir, referring to areas as ghettos and that kind of stuff probably isn't what we're looking for. We're looking for respectful language here. So,
I was quoting a friend who said it. It wasn't from.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just going to get my water bottle quite dry.
Sure, yeah, go right ahead. There's water right beside you there too, if you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Dejanova's questions for you.
Thank you. And I didn't have to call a point of order. I think it's when it's in regards to specific application that I have an issue with that. I'm looking, and thank you, Councillor Weed, for asking questions on page 3. It cuts my questions down to only page 2. So it says like relevant council policies for the site include Little Mountain adjacent area, rezoning policy, family room, housing mix policy for rezoning projects. And without scrolling down, I believe it's 45% family housing, but I will check that with staff. High density housing for family with children guidelines. Green buildings, which makes me believe that there is an adequate amount of play space in there for children, or it wouldn't meet that policy. Green buildings policy for rezonings, community amenity contributions, and the urban forestry strategy. So which part of the policy did you not feel that it covered?
The size and scale and the lack of the variety of housing.
So
townhouses and row houses. Specified in the document.
A few years back, I used to live in the neighborhood, so I'm not in a conflict. It was some time ago. And I probably wouldn't have had the opportunity to stay in Vancouver and live in the neighborhood if I didn't have a condominium opportunity. I couldn't afford a single family home at that time. I'm wondering if you, in looking at the family room housing mix policy for rezoning projects or high density housing for families with children, if you feel that maybe it will help to obtain a mix of families in the neighborhood that might not be able to afford a town or a row home.
I'm not sure what your question is.
I asked, do you feel that families may be able to stay in the neighborhood because it's more affordable for them to afford a condominium than a townhome or a row home? I'm not arguing that we need townhomes and row homes.
Well, in fact, the Little Mountain adjacent area, rezoning, that area, plus the Holborn properties are going to have thousands of units available to a variety of low income and high income and the whole range. But what there is not is what is actually specified in this document, which are row houses, townhouses.
So I will ask staff, but are you aware that on 33rd there actually are a number of row homes and townhomes? And I will be asking staff that, but I believe that they're just east of Main Street on 33rd, that there are a number of townhomes there in fairly new developments.
I'm talking about east of Main Street.
I'm talking about less than about a block away from here.
Yeah,
You feel that it needs to be right here on this block?
I feel that what you're saying about east of 30 Main Street is not relevant to this conversation.
Well, it's a part of the area. I will ask staff as to whether or not they consider that in the context of policy, but thank you very much. I wanted to understand how you felt that it didn't meet policy. Thank you.
Because it's part of your policy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Councillor Bly.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Lawrence, for coming and sharing your thoughts. There was an open house in regards to this particular development, and I can hear some of your frustrations are to the plan, which includes many developments. So here we're in a delicate spot where we're assessing the application against this one individual site and the policy you refer to, which I think covers everything we've heard so far, including the need for or the intention of row houses and different forms of housing. So my question is, were you able to attend the open house and bring some of your concerns forward to staff? And if
I was at the open house.
and what was some of the feedback you heard to your concerns?
I asked staff there if what I had to say was relevant. Would it actually make any difference in the actual in the process of this? And I was told no. They're just listening to comments.
Just want to again just caution you not to talk about what other people said, but we're looking exactly what you're saying about the specific project. So we're not, again, just addressing your thoughts on this.
My thoughts were I was at that open house. Yes.
Great.
Right. So you voiced some of your concerns to the overall plan, is what I'm hearing.
Correct.
And we're making a decision on whether this application fits within the policy.
You're telling me, or you're asking me?
Well, I'm stating a fact.
Yes.
And so I'm trying to reconcile your valid feedback on the overall plan with our need to make a decision on one application that fits into that plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I just was curious if you voiced those concerns to staff and if you heard feedback, because we're asking you questions right now, not staff.
I was at the meeting. I wrote letters. Others in the where I live wrote letters as well. Perhaps some of the, I think there's 20 referred to.
Yeah, we have a number.
And so that was my feedback was writing a letter and asking questions of Ms. Seaton, who was very quick and to respond and very thorough in her response. So thank you, Ms. Seaton.
What was some of the things that you heard in the response, just from your impression?
Say that again?
I'm trying to get a sense of what you're voicing your concerns, but what are you hearing back from those planners and experts to address the concerns you have in the overall plan?
Nothing.
Nothing that you... Okay, fair enough. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any more questions, so thank you very much for your time this evening, sir.
Thank you very much.
We have, and that was the last speaker. So I'm going to, Mr. Lawrence was the last speaker, and so I'm just going to call now if there are any additional speakers. Going once. One more time. Anybody in the lobby? Okay, that's 3 times. Thank you very much. And seeing there are no speakers, the speakers list is now closed. With few or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments and make further questions. I think we're good there. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Nope. Thank you very much. Staff have any closing comments?
No.
Okay, thanks. Does the council have any questions for staff and applicants or applicants? I have Councillor Deschanova on the... Okay. Please go ahead. Oh, microphone, weirdly. Okay.
Thanks very much. And then also prepared to move the motion. If my questions are answered, I tried to give staff a bit of a heads up that I would be asking these as I was listing them, but also understanding that neighborhood very well, being that just a few years ago, I was a resident of that neighborhood, that there are in fact town and row homes in that neighborhood on 33rd Avenue, about I believe it's 2 blocks away, but it could be even closer than that to this specific site. And I'm just wondering if those town homes or row homes would be considered in the context of the neighborhood, and if this site would preclude any more townhomes from being in the neighborhood in future. So I understand one of the speakers said that this will take away an opportunity for townhomes and row homes, or the possibility of that. Is there a possibility in other areas in this plan to create townhomes and row homes? Thank you.
So this particular site under the Little Mountain adjacent area has the option of townhouses or mid-rise buildings 4 to 6 stories. Outside of this immediate area, which is quite a small area from Main Street to the lane just east of Quebec Street, and 2 blocks from 33rd to 35th. Outside of that, any redevelopment or development opportunities would be governed by the existing zoning that's in place. So if something would be permitted to redevelop to townhouse use under a development permit scenario, that could potentially be an option. And then additionally, the area, it's somewhat adjacent to the Canby Corridor Plan, and that has additional opportunities for townhouse use options as well, pretty close by. So this particular site does not preclude townhouse opportunities elsewhere, provided that the existing zoning or enabling rezoning policies permit that.
And although it's not on site, I had to ask that because I have to consider this in the context of, is this the last opportunity in the neighborhood? And seeing that it's not, I appreciate that. Also, in looking at the policy, I hear the third one listed on page 2 of the policy report, high-density housing for family with children guidelines. I understand that you would have to meet the rather robust amount of space in the area for child play space to meet those guidelines. Is that correct? And I suppose that policy wouldn't be noted. It wasn't just for families, it's for families with children if it didn't meet that guideline in the neighborhood.
Yeah, so that guideline or those sets of guidelines are definitely something that is considered through staff review of any rezoning application. So there are requirements for indoor and outdoor amenity spaces as well as considerations for children play areas. And so we have reviewed that and have included further conditions to address any sort of deficiencies at the development permit stage.
Okay, thank you. And another question that I have to ask, because I have asked so many times about Little Mountain and looking at this in the context of the neighborhood and how it fits in. Little Mountain will have it's planned to have some higher density housing also. I know that there was social housing that was replaced on the site as a part of the agreement through the complicated agreement with the province as well as the city of Vancouver, and it's taken some time to come there. I'm not going to ask you a question on how much those units cost now versus what they would have cost had they been built sooner, but what I will ask is in looking at different types of housing, and we do support townhomes and row homes, a mid-rise would likely be more affordable for families. Is that correct? And looking at, the projected rents for a mid-rise?
I think potentially. It depends. It's all governed by kind of market considerations, and that would include considerations for unit sizes, typologies, location in the city, layouts, and that would all factor into the price.
But comparing the same size of a row or a townhome to a condominium and the same mix of bedrooms, would staff suggest that perhaps a row home or a townhome may be more expensive than a mid-rise condominium building?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you very much. I'm satisfied I have the information that I need and was prepared to. I see Councillor Hardwick has questions.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. One of the speakers, Mr. Stockman, talked about the height and potential issues and shadow. There was, I think, also a question about the elevator shaft reaching above the anticipated height. Could you elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Yep. So the rezoning policy for this particular area does permit a maximum height of approximately 65 feet. So what they're proposing and what's written into the CD1 bylaw is 66.5 feet. So it's close to the approximate 65-foot height. In terms of mechanical appurtenances, I believe they are excluded from height under Section 10 of the Zoning and Development bylaw. However, yeah, it is a limited box and kind of footprint.
Miguel Castelo, development planner. Yes, to further elaborate on my colleague, normally the height is measured to top of the slab, and there is some flexibility in terms of the appurtenances for elevator overruns, which is relaxable based on Section 10. So, but that is a portion of the elevator overrun. So there is some rules in terms of how much it could measure the elevator overrun above that height to be encroaching to the maximum allowable height.
So you feel confident that this is within the range of appropriateness?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if staff made any attempts to try and get anything in this building that would be rental or a little bit more affordable or something other than same old condos.
Yeah, so under the rezoning policy, there is no requirement to provide rental or affordable housing specifically. The applicant has the choice of residential tenure. They're allowed to do a strata development, and that's what they've chosen to do, and it does comply with what the policy permits.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova.
I'm prepared to move the motion.
Great, thank you very much. So Councillor Dejanova, go ahead, move the motion. Oh, we have Councillor Carr. Okay, so please move the motion.
Thank you. Just briefly to speak in support and thank the applicant, and also I'd like to thank staff for answering all of my questions, and for the and for the information in the policy report that outlines that robustly talks about the different policies that this covers. I understand that it's hard sometimes in looking at the context of a neighborhood and looking at what could be and what will be. And in fact, I think the neighborhood likely would have been denser had other projects gone ahead before, but they've been held back, as some of the speakers had referenced that there will be other projects. So I actually, knowing that and being that I was on council for some of that information that was shared, understand that this actually may be a step-down approach already. So in understanding that and the amenities that come with it, also, I ran on a platform for a family-friendly Vancouver, and as the first millennial ever elected to Vancouver City Council, I can tell you that if we don't look at new forms of housing, new ways of living, we're not going to be seeing families being able to live here in the city of Vancouver. And for that reason, I will be supporting this because it meets the Little Mountain Adjacent Area Rezoning Policy, which is not an easy rezoning policy to meet, understanding what's involved with that and having staff come back to us with that several times last term. Also, the family room housing mix policy for rezoning projects, high density housing for families and children guidelines, green building policies for rezonings, community amenity contributions through rezoning, so there will be some amenities here, and the urban forest strategy, which I think is very unique to this area because Queen Elizabeth Park truly is your backyard. For those reasons, I will support this. I don't think that it is, in looking at the model, or looking at the scope and scale of the building of the proposed application, in regards to the context of the neighborhood and what I know may be there in the future, considering what the policy allows. I'm happy to support this and hope that it will create more family housing, much needed family housing in the city of Vancouver. I also would like to applaud the applicant for going above the amount that they had to provide. I understand that it's 45% family housing. I also understand that it's interesting not to hear too much about the parking either, and that there is adequate parking on site, which is something we don't necessarily hear about. So just also wanted to mention that and thank staff and the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I need a seconder for this. Thank you, Councillor Carr. And I'll put you on the list next. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. First of all, let me thank staff for the diligence in putting this forward, and the speakers for coming and expressing really strong feelings about this proposal. I'm going to speak from the point of view of having been on council at the time that the Little Mountain Adjacent Area rezoning policy was put in place. And at council, where prior to that, there was unbelievable debate that occurred in this city about the Little Mountain site itself. There were countless public meetings. There were our meetings here in council were packed with residents speaking to these issues. It was very, very heated discussion that took place at the time, a lot of concern, and I saw a lot of movement on the part of local residents in really trying to come up with, in the Little Mountain area, a plan that suited them. They were not happy in the end with the plan, although they moved a long ways, and I think that there were some elements of it that they felt happier about, some density coming down. But when it came to the Little Mountain adjacent area, the Little Mountain Residents Association came out in support of the policy that many of you have been quoting from. And they came out in support strongly. There was no dissension, and I remember very clearly the plans that were presented to us and the photos, which had 6-story buildings in large parts of this area. And I note that also in terms of the 6 stories, it was stepped down to 4 stories, as this building does on 33rd Avenue. So, you know, and that was in deference to some heights in the public realm in that particular area. So I am prepared to support this because I've really, you know, I've heard the community, certainly at that time, who were very involved in the planning process, give that decided support at that time. I also just want to say that I'm very pleased to see the conditions of approval that are being included in this document from staff that are adding child play areas, that are also looking at green elements, green roofs on partial roofs, and I think that's having put forward the motion for green roofs in the city. I'm very pleased to see that in this particular project. And public realm enhancements, because this is an area of the city where public realm is incredibly important. And the 45% family housing, especially where you have so many amenities for families in the region, the park, the community center, facilities, I think is also very welcome. So I will be happy to support this.
Thank you very much. And I have no other council speakers on the list. So I'm going to call the vote. Okay, and that's passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Thanks. We're going to move on to the next item. Item number 7, rezoning 2202 Main Street. I just asked the clerk to move ahead.
This is an application by Formosus Architecture to rezone 2202 to 2218 Main Street and 206 East Avenue from IC2 district to CD1 district to permit development of a 6-story mixed-use building with at-grade and below-grade commercial retail space in 63 strata-titled residential units. A height of 22.6 meters and an FSR of 4.31 are proposed. Since being referred to public hearing, Council has received 13 pieces of correspondence in support of the application and 8 pieces of correspondence in opposition to the application.
Thanks very much. And just clearing all my cues here. Okay, so we do have one speaker that's listed. So Michelle Yip is here, and we can get you to do a presentation on this as we have. We do have one speaker, so go through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilors. My name is Michelle Yip. This application consists of 3 lots located on the east side of Main Street between 6th and 7th Avenues in the Mount Pleasant local area. It is located in the Lower Main sub-area of the community plan, which anticipates a transition into a pedestrian-oriented mixed-use corridor. The plan anticipates development on the site between 3 to 4.9 FSR with building heights up to 6 stories. The application is proposing to develop a 6-story mixed-use building consisting of at-grade and below-grade commercial space and 63 strata-titled residential units at an overall density of 4.31 FSR. The proposal includes a mid-block pedestrian walkway along the interior south property line, which separates the building from the adjacent development to the south. Staff received a total of 22 comments throughout the process. Concerns raised were related to height. With regards to this issue, staff have noted the proposal is slightly taller than a typical 6-story building due to a higher ground floor, which was necessary to mediate the 8-foot cross slope on the site. The following slides will now address questions that were asked at referral. A question of whether the change from the industrial IC2 zone requires an amendment to the regional context statement and regional growth strategy was asked. The Mount Pleasant Community Plan established that Main Street between 2nd and 7th Avenue should develop into an urban community with a mix of residential, office, and retail uses. The plan gives permission to allow residential uses in an existing light industrial commercial zone, and this was recognized in the regional context statement, which designates the IC2 zoned area along Main Street as general urban, as seen in the yellow. As such, there is no requirement to change the regional context statement or regional growth strategy. A question was asked about the height of the development, how a 7-story building is allowed under the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, which anticipates a height up to 6 stories on this site, and what authority allows for the increased height. There is a significant slope across the site from the southwest to the northeast corner of approximately 6 to 8 feet. This, together with a higher ground floor, which provides for a more viable retail commercial use, results in a building being taller than a typical 6-story building. On the north side of the building along 6th Avenue, both retail and townhouse units take advantage of this height by adding a mezzanine level. The upper story is set back to reduce apparent bulk and reads as a 6-story building at the corners of the site. Council has the discretion to approve the proposed height. Overall, the intent of the plan is met as the site is lower in height than the south side of the block, providing a transition down the slope along Main Street. In conclusion, staff support this application as it is consistent with the Mount Pleasant Community Plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's see. So is the applicant team here to speak? Would you like to speak or? Thank you very much. And questions from staff? I have Councillor Dejanova on the list and Councillor Wiebe.
I'm good.
You're good. Councillor Wiebe.
I have a few questions. The Mount Pleasant implementation plan, or the community plan, talks about 5 and 6 stories. The setbacks will be 2.4 meters or 8 feet. This seems less, and it was also brought up by the advisory panel. Can you explain why the setbacks on the top 2 floors are less than the community plan?
Sorry.
Is there another mic there? No.
Susan Chang, development planner. In many cases, we allow a full height 6 stories to enhance a corner expression. This may be why we allowed a lesser setback. And given the fact that the neighboring building is 9 stories, I think the intent of the hilltop expression, the heights of the buildings aligning with the slopes, the hilltop intent was achieved. That was, I believe, that was more of a priority.
And I agree the hillside. I mean, I sat on this right as part of the Mount Pleasant plan, as part of the implementation group, so as part of that hillside discussion. So the setback was separate than that discussion, so it was interesting that it wasn't. And it was brought up by the advisory group as well. Another thing they brought up was the amenity space. And a lot of the buildings in the area have been recognized to create that arts and culture and that really community vibrancy. This amenity space has no windows, is a small, and it was noted that it would probably not get used. Can we talk about the amenity space and why it got forward?
So we do have a condition as part of this application to improve the common amenity space, to relocate and increase the size to achieve better access to light and programming opportunities. and to provide an adjacent outdoor space sufficiently large enough to accommodate programming commensurate to the number of units and residents, as well as consider providing additional rooftop terrace to accommodate additional programming.
So I read that, and that sounds great, but when it gets brought forward to us for this planning process for us to vote on,
yes,
how come that's not done prior to this meeting?
So through the rezoning process, we look at the overall form of development in terms of height and density. And through the development permit process, we ensure that these conditions are achieved.
Okay, and then the proposed development and the staff recommendations on the last pink page, they differ. Can you explain the differences and what we're expecting moving forward? Are we approving the proposed development to CD1, or the staff recommendations are we looking at?
The change on the last column of the staff recommendation note a minor variation in FSR and floor area to acknowledge the conditions that were put in place to reduce the underground basement suite in the townhouse level, as well as further setbacks.
So are we approving it with the staff recommendations, or are we approving the proposed development?
So council would be approving the staff recommendation.
We'd be approving the staff recommendations, including the 12 Class B bicycle spaces.
Yes, so that would be per the parking bylaw. They are required to put in 12 Class B bicycle spaces, and so they would have to have that moving forward to the development permit.
Okay, and then mezzanine, is that not considered an extra floor? Is it just because of the slope that we allow for mezzanines to be included in?
I don't have a slide to
I guess
illustrate this. At the high end of the site, the height at the southern highest portion of the site is approximately 68, 69 feet.
Okay.
And to achieve, to deliver a viable retail space, we need a higher ceiling.
Yeah.
So approximately 68 feet is in line with a 6-story building, but due to the slope, when you get to the low end of the site, because the second story has to remain constant, we have a significantly higher ceiling of the main floor. So height, it is a...
That makes sense then. Okay, and then I guess...
Sorry, we're just at the 5 minutes. And we can have a second round if you like, but we'll make it through the other folks first. Councillor Dominato, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of brief questions. You mentioned, and it mentions in the report, the 3 townhouses, the component of this. I'm just curious if there's any exploration of having additional townhomes, given that it's a gap that was identified in our most recent housing report. And I'm just curious if that was considered, or if even that was explored with the proponent around having more than 3. Was that feasible or explored?
No, we assessed the application as it had been submitted by the applicant. They had proposed 3 townhouse units on the far east side of 6th Avenue and had wrapped around the retail along Main and wrapping it around 6th Avenue, which is generally what staff would want to see at that corner to ensure the activation of Main Street and meeting the policy intent for activation of that commercial street frontage.
Okay. And then just with the current zoning, I think it noted as light industrial or industrial, is that right?
Yes.
I guess that's the other question I have is was there any consideration for having any kind of light industrial, so having that combined with residential there?
There are light industrial uses included in the CD1 draft bylaw proposed here today that include some compatible uses that like brewery, distilling, that type of light industrial uses that are included.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was going to ask about the industrial too. I thought we were supposed to be preserving industrial. So this would change it from industrial to CD1?
Correct. This particular area has been identified under the community plan for an area of change. It anticipates a change from the light industrial to a more urban use. So that's been identified in the regional context statement. So it's anticipated to be a mix of residential, office, and other uses.
And the other thing is we're supposed to be doing walkable communities, and there's lots of folks around there that do work in industrial or in some of the retail, and they won't be able to afford condos probably. So I'm like, is there any way of getting these strata units to be more affordable?
Michael Naylor from Rezoning. We have a social housing project across the street from this. We also, in Mount Pleasant, have a number of secure market rental projects. So that component of the spectrum of housing is being provided in Mount Pleasant.
In proportion to the number of people who need it?
I'm afraid we don't have a housing planner here anymore, so I don't actually know the statistics.
Right, and that is kind of drifting to policy as well. So, okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I'm also concerned about retention of industrial, so I'm going to ask a couple of specific questions about this application on that note, because I didn't find as much detail in the report. So I'm hoping you can help me understand in terms of, I'm trying to look at it on the map and see what's there currently. But what is permitted or present in terms of the current industrial use, and based on the proposed development with the at-grade and below-grade retail space, would that be equivalent to a net loss, more than in terms of commercial light industrial use? And I think you'd mentioned brewery potentially, but what kind of uses would we see there? So would there be a material change in the type of business that could go in when you talked a bit more about retail, say, versus light industrial? So I'm just trying to get a sense of what would that change from what's there permissible today versus, or on site, versus what we would be seeing with this particular development.
Well, the way the application is formed right now, it's identifying it as retail. It could be open, as tenants move in and they opt to lease the space or just, is it Strep? Why don't you answer this, Tom?
Tom Bunting from Formosus the Architect. Some of this you can correct me on, maybe, but the original OCP for the Lower Main was seen as a kind of business employment area. So retail and office, and then from the IC3, which is just across the lane, remains the same. And that has a lot of light industrial and kind of mixed, call them light industrial opportunities. That hasn't changed.
And the draft CD1 bylaw in front of you does set out quite a variation of uses that include the retail, restaurant, service uses. It's quite a range of uses that are...
So maybe a follow-up for clarity then, and I'm trying to keep my question specific to this application. Am I hearing then that we would be changing light industrial uses to retail, so therefore we would be losing, if this specific application is to be approved, the concurrent capacity or volume of light industrial we have in this area?
Not necessarily. The spaces right now are identified as a CRU. What type of use goes into that would be dependent on who ends up occupying the space and what type of uses they have.
So for a tenant that were to occupy this space, if this development were approved, would they face additional costs and hurdles? Because we were hearing something about this, in order to utilize one of those spaces as a light industrial versus retail?
No, if the use,
or would there be any, or would it be this sort of no more barriers to use, I guess, if you will, if you want to put it that way?
I think we should direct that to the applicant. I think what your question gets at the interior finish out of the space, the building code.
It's more of a, I guess I'm trying to frame it, maybe I'm not doing it as well as I could, but as a policy question, because we had a person earlier tonight, and I don't want to mix applications up, but that commented that it's very difficult to go into retail spaces that may not be zone for light industrial because a number of different amendments are required.
Building code.
And in terms of building code, et cetera. So I'm trying to get a sense of what kinds of tenants could go in there, what kind of tenants would be precluded, where there may be barriers to going in there.
It's really hard to say. I mean, most of my experience with the changes in the business license, basically, to change the uses, usually gets down to parking and loading and such things like that. It isn't as much. You can change the use. I mean, this is more germane to you guys, but it's hard to do that after the building's been built with a certain number of parking stalls and such to service the CRUs. So there's a fair bit of flexibility, but as certain uses go in and take up more of the allotted for parking and such, the mix gets less mixed, call it, as you fill up those spaces. So they're undivided at the start. You can't say what they're going to be. It's very difficult on this because there's a lot of slab steps that have to happen because there's quite a dramatic slope coming down Main Street. So the space doesn't work for a big open industrial space for sure because
I think we'll
stepping.
I might leave it there because I'm out of time.
I mean, I'm
I'll
getting
see-
into
I'll
too
see
much
if we-
detail probably for this.
Yeah, I'll see if we end up with a second round or not, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I have some questions that relate to traffic patterns, and they come from a comment that was sent in as part of the public input. There's two questions that arise around traffic issues. I'm going to read the first one, and I'm looking for response to both. The correspondent was the resident was very concerned about, and I'm quoting, extreme increases in motorized vehicle traffic and unsafe conditions in small streets with very limited visibility for pedestrians, children, and pets. So have you done the analysis around the traffic patterns, the increased amount of traffic? There are quite a few parking stalls in this building, and especially around visibility and unsafe conditions.
So with regard to the traffic for this development, there's about 90 parking spaces. And so given the retail and residential mix, we'd expect something less than that in terms of the number of trips generated in the peak hour. And when we look at the Mount Pleasant Community Plan and how that was generated and how there are ideas in there about creating pedestrian walkways and sidewalk connections and pedestrian crossings, cycling facilities, things like that. Those are all there to continue to improve the environment for those who walk and those who cycle and roll to get around. And this development is contributing towards some of those things through things like lighting, through contribution towards a pedestrian signal at Main and 6th. And so that sort of in line with our transportation policies and finding ways to improve the pedestrian environment, the environment for cyclists, and encourage people to walk and cycle and take transit is sort of in line with where we have our conditions here today.
Okay, that's great. You've answered part of the second question. The same resident was concerned about the lack of a controlled intersection at Main and 6th. So you mentioned about a pedestrian controlled light, but I'll read on. The particular concern was that regarding car traffic, that the occupants at the proposed development will use the route to 5th Avenue in Main to gain access to Main, which will contribute to exponential increases in local traffic. What's your analysis of the sort of increased, the diversion to that?
So there was a recent study done specifically for the Mount Pleasant light industrial area that looked at east-west movement kind of between Main and Cambie Street. And so through that work, there are some changes that are being envisioned along Main Street. And one of those changes is finding better ways for pedestrians to cross Main, but also understanding how vehicles are moving east and west through that area. And so there are changes coming to try and reduce that ability to shortcut and to try and clarify those vehicle movements.
Great, thank you. Happy to hear that. That's good.
Thanks very much. Councillor Wiebe.
Two follow-ups. One is the name of it street arts, Main Street Arts, really talks about the arts. And it had one of the big art galleries. By big, I mean big in kind of statue, but a really tiny art gallery called Hot Art Wet City. And I'm really concerned that we are losing kind of that industrial where it would be great. I know the sausage maker up the street's looking for a location, and this could be crucial for it. I think there's a surfboard maker that's looking for places. We are looking for job space, and that part of that urban job space. So I like this square footage. I like how you're using the basements, like how you're using off the alley. I think there's an opportunity to really put light industrial on the bottom of this with the residential above it, because there's a lot of businesses and job creation that could be done. And I think this site's perfect for it. So I'm wondering, is that an ability for us as a condition of approval to make those two first levels in light industrial? And is the performance still similar at light industrial compared to commercial?
Karen Hose, Assistant Director of Planning. I just wanted to note in reviewing the IC2 zoning compared to the zoning that's in the CD1 bylaw, there are some changes. Residential is permitted, where in the IC you wouldn't be allowed to have the residential. And some of the industrial uses, while they're called light industrial, some of the uses that are less compatible with residential or are less sort of local serving, use an example like car washes or car repair, those types of uses have been eliminated from the CD1 bylaw. So there's a lot of similarities, though, between what we have in the CD1 and what the IC2 has. It's not identical, but there's a lot of similarities in what is being achieved there. If there are specific uses, those could be considered to be added to the CD1, but you'll note that there's a number of uses, such as manufacturing uses that include bakery products manufacturing, brewing or distilling, dairy products, etc. So a lot of those are in there, and the development that's before you allows for a mix of those light industrial uses with retail and service uses on the lower floors.
The square footage cost for some of them, like a small jewelry can't compete with a high-end restaurant. And when you look at the billboards, it says coffee shop, restaurant. It's the consistency that we see instead of what's there right now, which is what was there, an art gallery and a union office and different kind of uses and jobs that we need to keep in the neighborhood, keep our complete neighborhoods. And in the plan, it talks about saving community space and cultural space. And this was a cultural space. I mean, it was an art gallery. So I'm just wondering how we can not have that compete with, right? A good coffee shop comes in, will pay more per square footage than the surfboard makers down the street. So I'm wondering how us as a council can support the businesses and jobs that we want in the neighborhood with a property that I think has the perfect space for it. So how do we do that in a way with a conditional zoning so that a project like this can move forward and can provide the employment we're looking for in the neighborhood?
That's a very good question. I think that's one of the challenges we have. Land use zoning, it's a bit of a blunt instrument. There's certain uses that we can ask for, but we can't discriminate against users. It's the uses are permitted. We can't say that it can only be, for instance, a low-income gallery or things like that. Those are things that we're looking at in our policies for small business, but we haven't gotten there yet.
But industrial charges less per square foot, is that not correct? So if we kept this as industrial land just for the 2 floors, it would be at a lower level, so it would provide a different type of tenure.
If you eliminated some of the uses, now again, I would note that even the IC2 includes many of the retail and service uses that are included here. It's a little bit broader, but, or like what we're proposing is.
They have to have manufacturing in the back, 70% of it, right? I mean, if it was Cardam's Donuts, it'd have to have a manufacturing component if it were to be in this property.
Yeah, those are things, we would have to take that away to actually figure out what needs to be changed in the zoning to achieve that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, do you have questions?
I do.
Okay.
In understanding it's 9:32 and not sure what will happen at 10. I'll try and be efficient and get through my questions really quickly. Looking at the policy for this does check the boxes and meet the policy. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and I understand that in in the neighborhood surrounding this, and then looking at amenity space and so on, it's very close proximity to the Mount Pleasant Community Center, but also that there are a number of different types of housing in this neighborhood. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, those were my main questions, but it does meet policy. It's not outside of the policy, and it provides, I suppose, a unique type of housing, considering I understand that there's a number of artist live-work studios in the neighborhood as well that meet the light industrial.
In the adjacent IC3 zone, yes, there's a number of residential units associated with artist studios.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to follow up, I'm really concerned about the loss of industrial space and also I think the vision and character, particularly of this neighborhood. So my question is, and I think it's always a great one for council to understand a specific application, is that if this one were not approved tonight, what would the applicant's options be with this site as it stands currently without a rezoning?
I can speak to the current IC2 zoning, which permits light industrial commercial. So the uses include manufacturing, storage, office, artist, studio, retail, and service uses. Height would be also 60 feet. Density range is 3 FSR. Non-light industrial uses are limited to 1 FSR or 1.5 FSR if office. Does that answer your question?
It does, and even though that this might fit with the community plan, a rezoning is a discretionary decision for council, correct? Like
So-
someone can't theoretically purchase this site and expect that they will necessarily receive a rezoning on it if it currently has a different zoning?
So my understanding of the community plan for this area is to create an urban community for the first tier along Main Street. It would just be for the first tier. The second tier past the lane would remain IC2. Is to provide an urban community with a mix of residential, office, retail uses, expand arts and culture spaces, and to create jobs. So they are following the policy.
So are you saying it's a similar, if I'm understanding you correctly, I'm just trying to kind of frame this, you're saying it's a similar approach to when we're putting density on the arterials and then we start to set back with residential townhouses? So you're saying it would be a certain kind of retail or more probably lending use on the main street, and then we would see the IC2 and light industrial retained as you progress back from the main streets? Is that what I heard you say?
So I think your concern is with the loss of light industrial.
Yes.
And the IC2 permits similar uses as what is proposed under this CD1.
Right.
But it does limit the amount of retail.
It does limit it. And let me ask the question a different way. When staff are having these discussions, and I know the analogy sometimes you're looking at more traditional housing uses, there's conversations depending on a project about the amount of affordable housing or the type of how it fits into neighborhood. So are we broadening these types of conversations? Are we sticking to the letter of the policy? Or are we trying to push the envelope to broaden these conversations about how the space is built out? Because there's the zoning, and then there's the actual reality of when the building is built. If it's built a certain way, it's only going to lend itself to a certain flexibility of the space. The space is the space, loading's there, loading's not there, the size of the space. So it's, just the nature of the building form is going to dictate or drive certain types of uses and preclude others. So how broad are those discussions, or is it just, yes, retail is okay, or was there any more creativity or exploration of options around the retail commercial component?
just wanted to speak to the more general question to start with. When we have a rezoning application in, we are guided by the policy that has been adopted by council. So that is really the first filter that we use in looking at anything. The applicant will come in with a proposal. They're going to be looking for certain types of uses. And so we do look at that. We try to broaden the uses as much as possible and make sure there's a flexibility for it, that if there's loading needed or any of those things are things that we would look at as part of the application. Not every site can address every use, though. So there's a certain reality there as well. So, when we're looking at it, in this case, we have a very unique situation where we have some sort of below grade and above grade retail. That's very unusual. We don't see that, I don't think, anywhere else in Vancouver. So this is a very different type of application that's come in. We felt that the uses were appropriate in this location, that they met the policy. The policy was very specific, that this area was a changing area, that it was no longer an industrial area per se, although it is looking for sort of that flavor of industrial still. So
We're at the 5 minutes. That's me.
Thank you.
That's great.
Sorry, I was engrossed in what you were saying, but thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova. More
Thank you
questions?
very much. I see that Councillor Dominato is on, I believe, for questions. If not, I'm happy to. Do you have questions, Councillor Dominato?
I'll pass for now.
Okay.
No, it's fine. I was just going to put myself under. I was just going to move
Great.
the motion.
Okay. So
Oh, sorry. There's speakers. There's two speakers.
one speaker.
I probably should have suggested we hear from the speakers first.
Okay, so thanks. Thanks from the questions to council staff. Now we'll hear from the public. We've got one speaker, Jade Tan.
I have two on my list.
Yeah, one withdrew. We have Jade Tan. Nope. Okay, so seeing no speakers, I'm going to call 3 times or other speakers. Anybody else like to speak to this? Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. Thanks very much. There's no other speakers. The speakers list is closed. So since we had no input after 5 p.m. today, we close the receipt of public comments and move on to the closing comments. Everybody's okay with that? I think so. Okay, does the applicant have any closing comments? Nope. Thank you very much. Staff have any closing comments? Anything you'd like to address?
Think further.
Okay, thanks very much. Council have any additional questions? Okay, thanks. So can I have somebody move the motion? Okay, seconder? Second? Councillor Carr, thank you. And is there any debate? Okay, Councillor Dejanova?
Thank you very much. I'm very familiar with this neighborhood. It's a very unique neighborhood, and I think that it's important to note that. It's a neighborhood that merges the industrial feel, as I had mentioned, in the adjacent area that is zoned as light industrial, but with the benefit of having the options for different types of housing. And we've seen in this neighborhood, not talking about the specific plan for this rezoning policy, but we see different types and forms of housing, which speaks to what staff said about creating an urban environment and neighborhood, which I think is so important, especially considering Mount Pleasant Community Center is so close by. And I see that this does fit with certainly a number of policies that I see here in council's previous decisions. And again, although I do share some of the same concerns as others when we look at industrial, I think that this is one of the reasons that we're seeing industrial looked at through a different lens. And I actually believe that Councillor Kirby-Young might be on the Industrial Lands Task Force at Metro Vancouver on behalf of the City of Vancouver. But I think we have to look at highest and best use for the land, especially considering we're in an affordability crisis here in the City of Vancouver. Right now, I think we're ranked as 3rd, unless that's changed overnight. If so, I hope we become 4th and not 2nd. For those reasons, I will be supporting this. I also want to note that this does fit the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, the Broadway Plan, interim rezoning policy, the family room housing mix policy for rezoning projects, the high-density housing for families with children guidelines, the green building policy for rezoning. Councillor Carr, I think you had a hand in helping with that one. The Renewable City Strategy, Vancouver Neighborhood Energy Strategy, the Neighborhood Energy Center Guidelines, the Neighborhood Energy Connectivity Design Standards, Design Guidelines, and the Community Amenity Contributions through rezonings. Knowing that this is a neighborhood where you can walk to your favorite restaurant. You can also, shop locally. It's one of the areas that I know that there is that ability, and there still are those very local shops. I'm not saying they're all local, but I think that also, we talk about making sure that people are empowered to live in spaces and places where they have access to those local opportunities. Also with Mount Pleasant Community Center, looking at childcare opportunities and family housing, also an access to transit. I know that this is a very accessible neighborhood because not specifically here at all, but working in housing and development, I actually have had requests for people to live in this neighborhood and have worked with a nonprofit to build housing a few blocks away because it is such an accessible neighborhood. So for those reasons, and knowing the neighborhood quite well, understanding the reasons that this is being recommended to us by staff and that it does fit with the design policies and guidelines, I will be supporting it. That being said, I'm open to looking at a conversation on how we move forward with policy. Not here in this context of public hearing, but as we receive an update, I understand it will come back by December of 2019, that will look at housing in the context of fitting into, for instance, the False Creek Flats and other neighborhoods in Vancouver where we see industrial, light industrial, also struggling to make sure that we look at preserving parts of our industrial lands and at the same time maximize opportunities, affordability, and housing for those who need it. So for those reasons, I will be supporting it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion because I find each one of these rezoning initiatives we have in front of us illuminates sort of issues that council has to consider. But I have to admit, I'm really struggling with this one because of I think what's going to be a growing and looming crisis of the loss of industrial land and employment space. And so just like we have an affordability crisis in the city, I think we're going to have an economic crisis in not actually having these uses, losing the land, not providing the ability for people to earn a living, and we're not going to create those walkable communities. So I'm deeply concerned about that, and for this reason I struggle with it, particularly because in this particular application, and I'll try to keep my comments on the application, it really talks about the light industrial commercial zone, the history, the area's industrial history, and so on. And yet I don't think that's what we're putting in here. I think we're putting in more retail. I think ultimately that's what will happen. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get some local artists or some folks that are a bit more successful and able to support those spaces. But it's concerning to me, and I think it's kind of telling on page 6 of the report that, and I recognize due to the size that there's no specific public art requirement, but it mentions an artistic element about retaining an existing heritage brick wall, retained in situ in the alley as an urban relic. And I actually don't want the area's history and the light industrial to become a relic. I think we're trying to actually retain that in terms of living, breathing, functional, workable communities, but it's also character of communities. And so I think this is a great example of how do we actually try to start to incorporate better uses that we actually have those dynamic communities, not just because they're complete, they're walkable, but they're vibrant and they're interesting and they're diverse. But I think this is a unique design for the site. I like the elements around having the townhouse component and the other elements, but I am deeply concerned about the transition in the type of industrial or into sort of more traditional retail use. Thank you.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep my comments brief because I'm at risk of, I think, duplicating my two colleagues. But Just to express that, recognizing obviously we're struggling with on the housing front, and so obviously this will in part address some of that in providing strata residences. I would have liked to have seen, if it was possible, more townhomes, because our recent report to council said that that's a gap and that we haven't come anywhere near the targets. And also, when I was meeting with families over the last number of months and last year, that that was increasingly a concern that was raised is, yes, they're already living in a condominium. They want to move to something different, and they're looking for a townhome or a row home, so I would have liked to have seen more than 3. I share the struggle that my colleagues have identified around the industrial because of the existing zoning, and that while there are a lot of elements embedded from the IC2 in the CD1, that I think we are at risk of simply seeing more retail, restaurants, cafes, that sort of thing. And I do think we need to be concerned about having enabling still to have light industrial within our city so that we actually can support jobs and job creation so that people can live here. So again, I see obviously the benefits of the housing piece, and obviously there is still provisions for a range of industrial or retail, commercial, but I do have some reservations, I would say. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the implementation plan, it talks about a mix of uses, including office, retail, cultural, and light industrial. It talks about that the community benefits are going to include retaining, creating multi-use neighborhood creative spaces. And that was the goal of this area in that plan. I do like that the alley, I do like the mural component. Those are parts that we were looking for, and it's great to see it's there. I mean, Blue Star Motors had great events in that space. It's a really unique space. And then the art gallery, Hot City Art, is a big component. So you had some really cool spots on that block. And I think that when we're trying to bring that in, it would be interesting to see with a $4.5 million CAC that maybe we could pull a CAC art space component of this project. So maybe we could look at a partnership project where we take some of that CAC and deliver one of the community amenities in this building, which would be great for the proponent to say, yeah, we've brought back an art space and we're going to use some of that CAC to put that long-term and affordable rent for a gallery space. Because I really think that there's an ability here to blend this building in with the neighborhood. I think some of the elements have been brought in. I like the creative use of some of the retail space, but I do think we're missing the mark on really kind of bringing it into the community. This is the second project from the proponent in Mount Pleasant tonight. And so I think we really need to recognize as each one of these come where we have opportunities to make something interesting and creative. And I really like to see the amenity space grow because I know that's been on district and social, that's been kind of the component of those buildings that brought neighbors and stuff together is that mix amenity space, and that was lacking in the design that I saw. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Yeah, echoing some of the other comments, I do appreciate that this has met all the existing policy frameworks and that it's a significant CAC contribution. I do worry that we're losing that industrial space. I do worry that even if it does get repurposed as industrial space, as it's zoned for, as light industrial, it won't be affordable as the same kind of industrial space as has existed in the area. And I see this sort of creep throughout the flats. I see whispers of this happening on Burrard Slope. I do worry that this is a harbinger of something more significant. While we're grappling with affordable housing, we also have to consider the loss of affordable commercial space. And that worries me a lot, but I do appreciate that this meets all those policy requirements as have been set out, and that it is a significant CAC contribution, and that it's, I do appreciate the design considerations. I think that, I see that the UDP had commented about the underground retail space. I thought that was cool. I hope that they actually go with something like that. I mean, I think that's interesting and something more dynamic than we're used to. So I will support this, but I have big reservations, and I hope that we can shift policy sooner than later on this.
Thanks very much, Councillor Swanson.
Big reservations also, worried about the loss of industrial, worried that it'll all be coffee shops rather than industrial. and of course worried about affordability, worried that we're not approving any new units that actually are the right supply that we keep talking about.
Okay, thanks very much. So that's it for folks on the list.
Can
Yes.
I-
Sure, City Manager.
interject? First, I just wanted to acknowledge the concerns that we're hearing about the loss of industrial, and to say that the plan, from my understanding, calls for a very vibrant public realm there and does call for us to create those street front opportunities. And I think that's the balance the staff were trying to land with this, and working with the applicant was trying to provide that street front experience that provides retail but also has back of house industrial. And I think there's opportunity. I'm really hearing the concerns raised today, and I think there's opportunities with staff with other applications that are coming in to emphasize with applicants the need to do more of this kind of grittier industrial space. I think that the plan, the context that we're working in enables us to do that. And so I guess I'd say for this project, we will definitely work with the applicant to make sure we do as much of that as the project goes through the rest of the process. Like I think there's a lot we can do there still. And for other projects that are coming in this area, we can definitely provide greater emphasis on that. And so I guess I just want to kind of recognize the concerns that we're hearing, to echo that we have similar concerns, and also to identify that we're trying to balance that with creating a vibrant street front, which we were working on with the Flats plan and that whole general area to create that balance of active retail and street front cafes and that sort of thing, but also to save some lower cost industrial space. So I think we have the policy context to do that, and we can further emphasize it in projects that come forward. So I guess I just wanted to acknowledge that concern and recognize we'll keep working on that with this applicant. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so that's it for discussion, and I guess we'll move to a vote. Just waiting for Councillor Dominato and Councillor Kirby-Yung. Still waiting for Councillor Kirby-Yung. There we go. Okay, so thanks. In opposition, Councillor Swanson. Otherwise, that's passed. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're closing in on 10 o'clock. But that's it for this public hearing. Right, I'm going to move to recess. No, we're going to adjourn because we're finished. Yes, so we need a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Yes. Will we do so?
No, you're good. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Need a motion to adjourn. We got a motion, a seconder to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor? Thanks very much. All opposed? Any opposed? No. Okay, so that's passed. Thank you very much. But we're not done. Okay. So we're going to reconvene into council to deal with the last three items. Yep. Well, we've got 3 minutes. So we've got, just wait, we've got notice of motion, new business, and inquiries and other matters to deal with. So we need to reconvene into regular council. And I need a roll call to do that. I think. I'm in the chair.
Yes.
That's right. Everybody here?
Is it on? Oh. Mayor Stewart, Councillor Carr, Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Fry, Councillor Swanson, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have quorum.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll move directly to notices of motion. And all we're going to do is not speak to the motion, just list that you have one coming forward, and then we'll be able to introduce it when it actually comes forward. So I have Councillor Swanson on the queue.
Yeah, I have three that may be coming forward. One is a moratorium on demolition,
okay,
a purpose-built rental. One is to change the rental housing ODP so it applies to C2 areas. And one is to try and get other levels of governments to reduce the pollution level coming from trucks, especially on Clark Drive.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a notice of motion with respect to having a comprehensive strategy for a night economy.
Thank you very much.
For a night economy. Nighttime.
Thanks very much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I have two on notice. Punjabi Market at 50, celebrating the past and planning for the future. And exploring new forms of hospitality and housing tenure to support purpose-built rental.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I have a motion coming forward addressing the harms and negative impacts of zoning restrictions to cannabis stores in the downtown east side.
Okay, thank you. And that's it for notices of motion. Now we go on to new business. Any new business? Councillor Kirby-Yung.
So does this include, is this appropriate to ask inquiries at this stage?
Inquiries are...
Sometimes we do it together and sometimes we've done it separately.
Right, I was going to do them separately, so if anybody has...
I'll wait, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Anybody have any new business? Nope. Okay, so now we can move on to inquiries and other matters. Councillor Kirby-Yung, please go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of inquiries, I just wanted to follow up on the discussion that happened in the public realm and at Park Board this week on the RFEOI that was issued for, that was put out for the West End Waterfront Parks and Beach Avenue Master Plan.
I'm just sorry to stop you there, but we are just at 10 o'clock, so I'm going to need a motion to extend. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Wiebe. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? No opposed? Okay, thanks very much. Please continue.
Thank you very much. And I know that we received a follow-up memo from the city manager announcing that there was an oversight and sharing that with council and commissioners before it went out. And then just for some context for the inquiry, that there was a split vote right down the middle at Park Board last evening on Monday evening with regards to whether or not they would entertain a motion. I'm sorry, we're back in council to hold the RFOI while there was further discussion. So I'm wondering in terms of next steps for council, if it's possible to get a briefing for council a bit around sort of the intended scope. And I know that the comments were made that scope will come back, but there was a fairly robust vision that was put forward in the RFEOI. And I'm also wondering if council can receive some information, whether that's in a briefing or written form, an opportunity to potentially ask some questions around an envisioned source of funding for this plan, because there are some components now that this vision, I'll call it a vision versus a scope, which is quite a bit broader than it was originally anticipated to be. And there are longstanding projects such as the Aquatic Center. So I'm wondering realistically in terms of predicted CACs and DCLs and funding available that's projected and that already incorporated already are coming down the pipe, really what we're looking at in terms of a scope that's possible, if it's going to lend itself to doing a broad vision like this versus, say, for example, simply replacing the aging aquatic center that has been on deck. So those are a couple of specific questions wrapped up in an ask to have perhaps a bit of a briefing as opposed to waiting fully until we get to the stage where council are being asked to approve an RFP, because I think that this is a large initiative. It's had a lot of conversation, so I appreciate the information that's come back from staff, but I think some additional dialogue would be really helpful.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I might through you, as I indicated in the email, this is a Parks Board-led initiative, and the staff and the Parks Board are leading it, and it is within the Parks jurisdiction. There is some interface where there's transportation overlap, but this is really being led by the Park Board, and so I know that the general manager there will be briefing the board, and so I'd be happy to forward the information that they're working on sharing with their board. At this point, given the just jurisdictional sensitivities, what I will do is I'll share the information that they pull together. If that doesn't answer your questions in terms of the role of the council versus the park board, I'm happy to elaborate on it.
And just to follow up to that, and thank you, Mr. City Manager, I was attempting to focus my questions on jurisdiction. So I know there's a fairly robust component that relates to city jurisdiction on sort of transportation, streetways, et cetera. And then the flow of funds obviously comes from council in terms of what permitted uses those are and what they're actually intended for on sort of DCLs or CACs that have been collected. So I did ask those questions specifically in the context of where council will have some impact or jurisdiction. I'm not certainly asking to speak to the park board piece, but I'm really wanting some information on those two pieces.
Great, happy to provide that.
And then if appropriate, I'd also just like to commend staff for a fantastic City Family Day, which happened, which I thought was great. And they did open it up to the public for the first time, and it was great to see all the kids out there enjoying the lifters and going up in the bucket truck and all of those things. So I thought that was really a super thing to do. And just also to commend, because I think a number of folks attended Ballet BC on a really successful season and a fantastic closing performance. It's the 10th anniversary. Their artistic director, and I think that's the success story of supporting an arts organization that has really reinvented itself and is drawing an audience. So those are just a couple things that happened, and I just wanted to make mention of those. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Let's see. So I've got Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you. Just a couple of inquiries and also some things to note. My first inquiry would be, I was hoping through you, Mr. Mayor, to staff that we might be able to receive a memo or some information on how council motions are as we decide to pass council motions, how are they being prioritized? For instance, are we looking at this in the context of how does staff consider our motions going forward? And I had some brief conversations with the city manager about this, but I think it would be really helpful to have that. I'm not expecting a lot of work on it, but for instance, do we go around? Do we do a once around where, there's some work on each of our motions? Do they work concurrently on our motions? How did they process that? And also looking at the timelines, knowing that some of the motions are due in Q3 and Q4 as well. I was just hoping for maybe an update on that. Maybe not the specifics of the motions, just the process and the way staff is addressing that if possible. If I could ask the city manager if that might be possible. Not putting a timeline on it, just hoping there could be some clarity.
Mayor, if I might,
sure, please.
I'd prefer to just answer that now rather than have staff write a memo on it. We did talk about it. I can briefly outline it. As you know, we've got a fair amount of work on our plates already, and so new motions add to that work. What we do firstly is we, at the CLT table, we go through all of your motions, and we ensure that they're assigned to the right part of the organization. So then it goes to that department or that general manager, and they would look at their current workflow, the work that they currently have, and whether it can integrate into that work that they're already doing. And if it can, then it gets added to the work and reported back as a part of that work stream. If it's new, like a totally different direction, then that general manager needs to work with their staff to figure out when they can slot that in and to determine whether something gets pushed off or whether it gets added when the staff are available to do that. Where there is a deadline that council has indicated, we would attempt to report back by that date, recognizing that there may be other work that's high priority, in which case we will report to council to let you know that we're working on it, but that it might come at a different date. And we don't cycle through councillors, or we don't prioritize it based on which councillor brought it forward. It's really about the work that the current staff currently have on their work plans. So that's kind of how we do it, and we certainly attempt to fulfill the...
I do have some more things to say, Mr. City Manager, and that's why I appreciate it very much, but that's why I was hoping for some information in writing.
I've just provided all of the
I do
information on it.
appreciate
I hope
it,
that
and
satisfies,
and
yeah.
it's on record. I do think that it's important to me to know that I'm not chasing that information either. If it's not going to come back in the time frame that council has set out, not just my motions, but for everyone's, in consideration of what I'm bringing forward, it'll help to have that budget session and look at maybe then priorities can kind of succinctly be looked at that time. And I really do appreciate that answer. I certainly have been asked as to how that works by members of the public and people that I consult with in the community on my motions. Also, just wanted to note that I did have the opportunity, the honor actually, to attend the YWCA Awards, and just wanted to congratulate all of the winners. There were too many to list in the amount of time I have left, but Arts, Culture and Design, Business in the Professions, Community Champion, Education, Training and Development, Entrepreneurship and Innovation, Environmental Sustainability, Health and Wellness, Nonprofit, Research in the Sciences and Technology, Young Women of Distinction, and Outstanding Workplace. And just to give some examples of some of the people, Dr. Suzanne Lewis, who's doing groundbreaking work in autism spectrum research with the Pacific Family Autism Center was honored, as well as Inspector Colleen Yee from our own Vancouver Police Department for her work in women's her women's safety training workshop with her colleagues. In fact, she won 2 awards. So just wanted to thank all of the wonderful women in our community who were stepping up and truly leading in their professions. I was really impressed. Also just wanted to thank staff and recognize the hard work of our city manager, who's still here with us, but also to all of the staff who put their time and talent and effort into the Smart Cities Challenge. I know that although we may not have won the prize, they're still winners in my eyes. So I'm wishing them a safe trip home back to Vancouver here, and just would hope that the city manager could possibly pass on my thanks and appreciation to them for the great work that they do. I have a number of other inquiries, but seeing that my time is limited, although it somehow has frozen, I'm trying to hold myself to the other rules because it actually has frozen on the screen.
Right.
So what I will do is I'll email the rest of those into staff, but I really appreciate the, and sorry to cut the city manager off there. I just wanted to get everything else in and make sure I got the opportunity to thank staff. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just briefly, I did want to thank staff and via the city manager for the work that they've done around addressing concerns at Taylor and Kiefer around Crosstown Elementary. There have been a number of emails around safety, pedestrian safety, and we've been obviously on the day where we've been dealing with a motion around reduced speeds. Staff have confirmed that they will be looking to or intend to reduce the speed from 50K to 30K in that block, and so I just wanted to increase and improve signage because there's been some challenges around signage. So I just want to thank staff for the work. I think it's really important, and I think really important to the community there. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Okay, so that is it. I see on the speakers list. Thanks very much for that. So we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Harwick is gesticulating the most. So Councillor Bly seconded. All in favor of adjourning? Thank you very much. Any opposed? Nope, that's good. Thanks very much, Council.